Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is September 11th, 2025, and I want to begin by offering a heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk, who was fatally shot yesterday. While we were recording yesterday's episode, we condemn all violence, and we also express our support for open dialogue and respectful dialogue, in the sense that we understand Charlie Kirk's long history of engaging in dialogue with people. And that's what Mormon Stories is all about. And we condemn all violence. And we also just, again, our heart goes out, not just to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk, but also to people who respected and loved him. We need less polarization, in my opinion. We need less echo chambers. We need more conversations and more respectful dialogue. And so it's a sad, dark day, and especially that it happened in Utah, just 30 minutes away from where we were recording yesterday. So anyway, just wanted to say that before we began. Welcome back to part two of our interview with Marc and Claire Headley. For those of you who did not hear our previous episode, you may want to pause it, go back to yesterday's episode, watch it, and then come back for today. Claire and Marc Headley were effectively born into Scientology, and yesterday's episode was about their experience as children in Scientology, the conditional love offered by their parents as it related to their allegiance to Scientology. It talked about their respective recruitments into the Sea Org, which is the most elite, and I would say culty and or abusive part of Scientology, which is saying a lot. And it talked about their experiences as teens in the Sea Org, and then eventually their recruitment to work at church headquarters, one of the church headquarters, in this case, the one in California, and eventually their meeting. We talked about Claire's forced abortions after she married Marc. We talked about what it was like to work with David Miscavige, the successor to L. Ron Hubbard. We gave a brief history of Scientology that included, the work and life of L. Ron Hubbard. We also talked about Shelley Miscavige and lots of cool things. So yesterday was a one of the longer episodes that we tend to do these days. I think it exceeded 5 hours. In my opinion, it was worth every minute. So check it out. Even though it's a long episode, it's great stuff. Where we left off was the meeting, being married, but we spent a lot of time on their reflections on how Scientology worked at the top leadership level. So we talked about Tom Cruise and his celebrity. We talked about John Travolta. We talked about ways that David Miscavige spoke ill and violated the confidentiality of not just the celebrities, but other members. We talked about David Miscavige's violence, physical violence and psychological violence. So many important and interesting things. And we talked about, I guess, Claire's opinion that she tended to believe that at best, David Miscavige was hypocritical, and at worst wasn't even necessarily a true believer in the teachings or the beliefs of Scientology. And I think Marc probably shares that. They also speculated that by the end of L. Ron Hubbard's life, unlike just David Miscavige, that L. Ron Hubbard was a true believer, even though you could argue that Scientology began as a fraud. So we also, to finish my summation of yesterday, we found lots of parallels between the life of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and the lives of L. Ron Hubbard and David Miscavige, and between behaviors and practices in the respective churches. Although I, to this day, am willing to concede that if we're talking about the spectrum of harmful organizations and or high demand religions and or cults, I can say with a lot of confidence that Scientology outcults the Mormon Church, maybe by a long shot, but maybe by the end of today, we'll talk about why that might be smart or savvy on the part of the Mormon Church to be less like Scientology. We also talked about how David Miscavige loved the Mormon approach to business and PR and corporate management, and how they were often directed to figure out what the Mormons were doing and to do more of that. So that was we may get more into that in today's episode, but that's a long intro, but it's to say, please go back and watch that last episode. It's absolutely worth it. And it gets better and better with each hour, believe it or not. Margie can't join us today. She sends her love and respect. And so today's all going to be about the unraveling of Claire and Marc's belief in Scientology, how they escaped, how they rebuilt their lives after escaping, how they've been attacked and pursued by the church, and also their advocacy that culminates in, them running a nonprofit or helping run a nonprofit that helps others escape from Scientology. So really quickly, we mentioned at the beginning of last episode that y'all have a YouTube channel and a book and the nonprofit. What do y'all want to sort of say to our returning audience in case there's people who missed yesterday's plugs?
Yes, absolutely. Our YouTube channel is Blown for Good, Scientology Exposed. And the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation, the website for that is theaftermathfoundation.org. And we also now have a newer YouTube channel that's the Aftermath Foundation, where we cover stories, successes, programs, and current endeavors that we're working on there. I'll let you cover the book.
Yeah, the book is Blown for Good, Behind the Iron Curtain of Scientology. And we also, on the Aftermath YouTube channel, we have interviews with people we've helped get out. And then after a bit, they wanted to tell their stories on how they were helped by the Aftermath Foundation, there's a particular very cool one called The Story of Serge Obelinsky, which is an individual we helped many years ago. And it's a great documentary if you want to watch that.
And yesterday we talked about, Shelley Miscavige, the wife of David Miscavige, going missing for 20 years. And you have a series on Blown for Good about where is Shelley.
That's right.
Where you talk to various people about their theories on whether Shelley's still alive, and if so, what happened to her. And
that was inspired because, particularly in my case, I worked so closely with Shelley for the 8 years that I was in Religious Technology Center, and Shelley's fate could have been any one of our fates. Had I not escaped, I would never have seen Marc again. So Shelley is a real person. She's a prisoner, and she has been removed from her position completely. And so I don't want that to be forgotten about, nor do I want it seemed like the perfect example of how to expose what Scientology is capable of behind the scenes.
And unlike your opinions about David Miscavige, you believe Shelley was a true believer.
I definitely know Shelley was a true believer. 100%. She is, I'm sure, waiting for the day that L. Ron Hubbard will return.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yes, exactly. So, and hoping that he will free her and banish David Miscavige probably by now.
That's another thing we talked about yesterday is the prophesied return of L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes.
And the mansion that's been built to await his return. So you'll have to go back and watch to hear about all that stuff, but it's just gripping. So thanks for rejoining us today and giving 2 full days to Mormon Stories podcast.
Yes. Thanks you so much for having us. Absolutely. Our pleasure.
Okay. Well, so yesterday we ended with, lots of controversy and insider tea and descriptions of the inner workings. And we can do much more of that if you want. Any tea that we had dinner last night, any tea that we want to also add in addition to what we talked about yesterday. But what I want to start by focusing on is just when the cracks started developing for each of you, and then how you dealt with when I say cracks, that's a Mormon, I don't know if it's, but
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
When the cracks started developing in your faith or commitment to the movement, and then how each of you respectively and how you together did or didn't deal with the cracks. So where should we begin?
I think I'll start because I'm the one who cracked first.
Okay. So you were always a bit of a skeptic.
I wasn't
reluctant. Were you reluctant or not?
I was more working and trying to get stuff done and being a good worker.
A doer.
Yeah. I'm sort of if you're not producing, you're just consuming.
Yeah.
And I'd rather produce and do just a little bit of consuming.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, the entire 15 years that I was in the Sea organization, I was making things. I was producing cassettes or producing DVDs or laser discs or whatever, or films or videos. And so at the very end of my 15 years there, I was put in charge of the audiovisual systems manufacturing department. And so I was responsible for all of the audiovisual systems for Scientology worldwide.
It's a big deal.
It was a lot. It was millions and millions of dollars worth of installations and equipment that needed to go to all of their facilities all around the world. And not only was I responsible for designing them, programming them, producing them, and then in making sure they got installed correctly in all those locations. So it was a lot of work, and Scientology doesn't like to put more resources on something than are needed. So in most of the instances of this, if something would take 15 people to do comfortably or capably, then 3 people would be assigned to it. And that is exactly what we had. We had 3 people responsible for producing, installing, and getting all this work done for, let's say, 150 organizations worldwide. So it was, we were wholly unprepared and unmanned to be able to do that successfully. So it was always last minute, 2 minute, too little, too late, just always scrambling. But as part of that, in late 2004, there was a new campaign that David Miscavige had launched, essentially based on Tom Cruise shooting films in certain locations. And Tom Cruise, now an avid Scientologist. Between 2000 and 2004, him and David Miscavige became very, very close.
When was his jumping on Oprah's sofa moment about? Do you
was in
remember?
2005.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is leading up to his marriage of Katie Holmes and that whole public sort of rebirth or rebranding of Scientology.
Yes. It was from the time period of Tom Cruise being brought back into Scientology, separating from Nicole, and now becoming extremely fanatical about wanting to spread the word and get as many high profile people into Scientology as he could, and then complaining to David Miscavige, hey, the New York organization is terrible. Like it's not worthy of me bringing Steven Spielberg, who I'm working with on War of the Worlds, into that organization. You need to fix this.
Yeah. So based on this sort of dialogue that's happening with Tom Cruise, David Miscavige created a new type of Scientology organization, and he deemed it the ideal organization. And this became to be known as the Ideal Org program. And so any Scientology facility that was in a strip mall next to the dog groomer, or had a rundown building that they bought in 1972, or anything like that, was now deemed unacceptable. And they would need to purchase or obtain or move into, ideally, a historic building or something that's classified as sort of a landmark in their city, and that is many, many tens of thousands of square feet and in a major city and all of these things. And as part of that, they would get these new systems that I had designed for all of the different divisions of the organization.
So they're zhuzhing up. Now that they have more and more money, more and more celebrity, they want to upgrade their class.
Let's get like the Mormons.
Yes.
Let's get it going.
And two things to add to that. Number one, Hubbard had a policy in which he said, quote, they will know you by your MEST, unquote, matter, energy, space, and time. In other words, the general population will know you by the quality of your presentation of physical buildings and so on and so forth. That's what was used as the explanation to the existing Scientologists as to why this was needed. And not only that, David Miscavige's vision was, you know what, you're incapable of bringing people into Scientology properly. So we're going to do this all by audio-visual, and the audio-visual systems will do the work of recruiting people because you're failing.
That's exactly what it was. David Miscavige believed the only way to get new people into Scientology is if he was personally getting them into Scientology. And the only way that he could do that was to create video programs and presentations and to create those. Like, he's the one who said, this is what this needs to be, and this will bring people in. And his explanation to us was, we need to bypass the failure of Scientologists and go directly to new people.
That's fascinating. It's not the Mormon way. The Mormon way is to not rely too much on the cult of personality of any one leader.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's post Joseph Smith and Brigham Young. But like, I think over time, the church has learned that if you rely too much on any one personality, that person could get shot, that person can fall out of fashion or be controversial. Better to have 80,000 missionaries spanning the globe, being your personal representatives and connecting with hearts and minds. So I do think the Mormon Church's missionary program is brilliant and one of the big secrets to its success.
Yes, Scientology has not learned that lesson
Yes,
yet.
but it is.
Hopefully they don't either.
And we talk about the difference between a $3 billion church and a $300 billion church.
Yes.
I think that might be one of the differences.
Yeah.
Now, we do love our multimedia. So
Yes.
in that we agree.
Yes. Well, so as part of that program, I was responsible for going to these new organizations that had just been renovated or just been updated with these new systems, and going and making sure that their systems were installed and operated as David Miscavige intended. And one of the carrots, there's been other programs throughout the years, and when those milestones or objectives were completed is when the upper OT levels 9 and 10, so they've only released up to operating level operating Thetan level 8, but it has on the bridge to total freedom in Scientology 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So as a carrot, David Miscavige basically mandated, once every single one of our organizations has been upgraded to an ideal organization, OT levels 9 and 10 will then be released.
Though, as we talked about yesterday, there are no
They weren't
OT
written.
9 and 10. No, but that was, so it was like the presentation of, well, you haven't met the target. So that's why it's not being released as the explanation, because of course it wouldn't fly with the civilian Scientologist to be like, sorry, he went off to target 2 before that was completed.
And when she says off the target, she means died. But
Yes.
that's around Hubbard. But also, I'm guessing Scientology followers wouldn't have been okay with David Miscavige authoring those highest levels.
Absolutely not.
And also, what you told us yesterday was L. Ron Hubbard did have a lot of spare time in his final 5 or 10 years, but he spent it writing space porn instead of actually completing the levels. Am I right?
Completely.
Okay.
Absolutely. No, because in Scientology, Hubbard is source. He is the only person that can originate anything,
this.
which is where Scientology has an incapacity to change.
I love this so much. I should be laughing at darkness. But this is fascinating.
It is kind of wild to think about it all, and that there are people that don't know any of this information, and they're just operating on the information they're getting through David Miscavige from Scientology. And if they knew a quarter of what we're talking about, that it would be a deal breaker for them. It would certainly be.
The general membership.
Oh, 100%.
Not knowing very basic things about.
100% about David Miscavige
Yeah.
and about L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
They were both, well, I think the only thing that David Miscavige hasn't kind of matched L. Ron Hubbard on is the number of wives. Tom has, and LRH both had 3 wives at least that we know of. And David Miscavige only had the one. But when the FBI raided Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard's wife went to prison, he never ever saw her ever again. He basically banished her. After she got out of prison, she was banished.
Yes.
Wow.
She was put in a separate location. So we're referring to Mary Sue Hubbard, who she was went to prison and served time for her involvement as the head of the Guardian's office, which they were protecting L. Ron Hubbard, and she was his wife, but she fell on her sword for him. And yes, she was banished. She was literally written out of Scientology's history, removed from all the photos, never spoken about until the day she died. So we're talking the late 70s. And so for 20 plus years, she was in a remote location that nobody knew about with Scientology handlers, exactly like Shelley Miscavige.
I'm going to keep drawing parallels. Joseph Smith's first wife, Emma, was written out of Mormon history because she refused to follow Brigham Young to Utah, and Brigham Young hated Emma, and Emma hated Brigham Young because Emma hated polygamy. And so we also, for many, many generations, wrote out the founding wife of our founding prophet.
Wow.
The other thing is that most Mormons today don't know the very basic truths about their history, more so now than ever because of the internet. But when I was 30, just 30 years ago, I learned for the first time that Joseph Smith had 30 to 40 wives. And to this day, most Mormons don't know that.
Wow.
So, I
That's
mean,
wild.
I think y'all have withheld more from your members than we have withheld from ours, mostly because y'all just have so much more to know and learn. Your sacred language goes so deep. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And your history, your intricate history goes so deep. But what we share is a generally ignorant membership in terms of the truth about the church, just at different levels.
Right. And it's fascinating to just reflect on that. I think there's 2 key factors. Number one, the internet has changed everything in terms of availability of actual factual information. But in retrospect, it's alarming and shocking and concerning that in human nature, you would go, like my parents or my family or anybody would go into a belief system, not even knowing the basic facts of who it is they're following and believing and what their actual history is.
Yeah. That's why our main theme is informed consent. Like, I don't care if people are Mormon. I just want them to know what they're joining or be a part of. Yeah.
That's exactly kind of the message we try to push, is that we're not really attacking the beliefs of it. We're attacking the fraud and the criminal activities and the, there's been a long history of defrauding elderly members and running up credit cards in elderly people's accounts, and then just saying, well, they're going to pass away and the credit card debt's just going to get forgiven. So it's an innocent, it's a victimless crime that we're basically stealing money from credit card companies.
And I would claim we're not attacking anybody. We're just exposing what we know to be true. It's, Scientology calls us attackers, but no, we're just whistleblowers sharing our experiences and our truth so that other unsuspecting people don't get lured in by their facade.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're zhuzhing up all the buildings with the latest tech.
Yeah. So
and there's a promise for the highest levels of curriculum to be released so that people can reach their Scientology equivalent of exaltation or enlightenment.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And throughout my entire career within the Sea organization, I was involved with audiovisual systems, and I did travel to many organizations all over the world over those years. And this was the first time that I was going to these new organizations, these new ideal organizations that David Miscavige had been building. And I went to the New York ideal org, and I went to several Scientology ideal organizations in California. And every single time that I had gone to one of these places, they were bare. There was no one there. I went to San Francisco. I went to New York. I went to cities where Scientology organizations traditionally had hundreds of people in them each day for decades. And now I'm going, and they have this new organization that's the bee's knees. It's the old San Francisco. They have the old Transamerica building on the corner, and it's right across the street from the new Transamerica building. And there's not one single person in there, a paying member of Scientology, on a weekday in the afternoon, when that's sort of the afternoon and night are sort of the busy times for people get off work and then they go and do their Scientology study after work. No one there, and no one coming. No one been there for the last few days. No one coming for the next few days.
And on the flip side of that, you're seeing the empty organizations. And I remember very well, meanwhile, you're attending meetings with David Miscavige where things are just falling down, like the whole musical chairs incident, which I don't know if you want to cover that or not. But that was absolutely a part of the cracks forming. I remember because it was
that was an entire chapter of my book. So I don't know if we want to cover. That's gonna we're gonna outdo yesterday's video.
We covered it with David Miscavige's violence, but I'm just saying that was on the flip side of empty organizations. Meanwhile, the leader is degenerating into physical and just crazy psychological abuse like we had not seen at that level before.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. And
that's just real quickly. That's how I remember going clear ending, is that Scientology is becoming fabulously wealthy and empty in terms of actual people.
Yes.
It's going to be a super wealthy church with few to no members. And weirdly, the Mormon church is also potentially on a similar trajectory in the United States, because our growth is almost slowed to a decline in the United States. And so we're about to start declining in the US in membership, and we're having massive defections, and we're building a gazillion $50 million temples all across the United States and the world. And everyone's asking, who's going to be showing up in these temples once the membership is in total free fall? So, I mean, again,
yes,
interesting similarities.
Yeah.
Yes, the way I put it is Scientology is currently rich in dollars and real estate and poor in people.
Yeah.
Their people are, because of the many people have spoken out, more and more people are leaving Scientology by the day at this point. So they are definitely shrinking.
Yeah. The other thing that was happening was he is pushing that we're going to have to open 8 or 10 of these new organizations every year. And here I am. When I went to New York and it was empty, that was kind of a shocker. The New York Scientology ideal organization is right around the corner from Times Square. So there's sort of no good reason in the world that there would be no people there, because there's more people just there, period, than anywhere. Yeah. And you can't even get a handful to come over there.
Interesting.
And we're not even just talking about people actively doing courses or training. They would, in a location like that, they're supposed to, quote, body route is what Hubbard calls it, people in to do the personality test and all this, like simple things that with a huge amount of humanity right there should technically, that building should be busier than any location.
Exactly. There's also, traditionally, they have maybe 100 to 150 organizations worldwide in the entire world that are Scientology organizations. And all of those organizations make money, and then they send that money to the mother church. There's one organization in Clearwater called the Flag Land Base, or the Fort Harrison, it's a collection of many properties, millions and millions of dollars of the properties. But in that one location, they make $1 million a week delivering Scientology and doing counseling and training. That one organization sends or makes $1 million a week. And then that $1 million supports all of Scientology's management facilities. The C organization is basically funded by that one single organization.
Can I take issue with that? I don't, let me tell you what I mean.
Yeah.
When a church is small and growing, it relies on revenue generated by its branches. Once you amass $1 billion at central headquarters, and then you get the best Wall Street investors to invest that money, you just grow on the law of 6 or 7% a year. And like the Mormon church now, it was 30 or 40 or 50 years ago that they had that $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
But once they started Ensign Peak and started investing it, well, now we're a $300 billion church, and the church literally doesn't need the tithing of its members anymore to continue growing at the rate where it will be $1 trillion church in 30, 40 years.
Wow.
So there's a point, there's a long period where it relies on the tithing or the revenue of the branches. But, you know, the Mormon church doesn't need the tithing of its members literally anymore to become $1 trillion organization.
Just money making money at this point.
It's the law of 7%. How long does it take $1 billion to double if you get 7% a year? So I'm not arguing with you.
No,
but I'm just, this is a conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
And this
Absolutely.
is where this is sort of going, that this information to Scientologists would be a mind blower.
Yeah.
All of those other organizations all around the world do not make as much money as the one in Clearwater, Florida.
Right. Yeah.
And that is mainly why David Miscavige spends most, if not all of his time concentrating on the Clearwater facility and building new facilities and buying up more property. And because that's where they're making the bulk of their income.
Yeah. And sorry, not to go too far off into the weeds, but the flip side of this whole Ideal Org program was that the existing organizations were small and failing, and very often were getting evicted and couldn't pay their utilities and everything else. So then the structure that David Miscavige envisioned was international landlord will buy all the buildings, and then they'll pay rent to the management landlord office, and then we won't have any more evictions, and we'll own all the buildings and so forth.
It's like McDonald's. McDonald's is a real estate company.
Yes.
First and foremost.
Yes. And that is what when this Ideal Org program switched over, the way David Miscavige is doing it is, if Buffalo needs a new ideal organization, then hit up all those folks in Buffalo, get $5 million together, and then give us the $5 million. We buy the building, and now we rent it to Buffalo.
Yeah, totally.
And
that is literally McDonald's.
Yes. So Scientology is a franchise operation at this point.
Yeah.
And similarly, they're licensing the technology of L. Ron Hubbard to that organization. So not only are they paying a royalty, they're paying a licensing fee, they're paying a starter package sort of fee to buy all their new audiovisual systems and all these things. The money is coming to Scientology, but that local Scientology organization, they have no say in anything that happens there. They are the workers that work for David Miscavige.
Yeah. I hope, hey, David, I hope you're watching and listening, or I don't. I think that's a short-sighted business model to have your revenue tied to training. What you want to do is hook the hearts and minds of the people.
Yeah, that's what we're going to get to.
And then you get their lifelong tithing and their inheritance.
Well, that is
right.
It's funny that you say that, because since the Ideal Org program, they have Scientology. When we left in 2005, they have a statistic that they keep, which is called advanced payments. And that is where somebody paid for counseling or somebody paid for training, but you have not yet delivered those products to them. So you're in the red on everything that you haven't delivered that you still owe.
It's the liability on the balance sheet situation.
And David Miscavige told us that in 2005, 2004, 2005 era, that Scientology had over $1 billion in advance payments. And if they had tomorrow, every single Scientologist in the world said, I'm not paying you any more money until I get everything that I've paid for delivered to me and do the courses, do the training, it would take 100 years for Scientology to deliver that $1 billion. And that entire time they would be getting no income because that people had already paid for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so he switched from that point forward. He basically switched to, this is not a good business model. We just need to get them to give us their money. Yes. We don't need to give, we don't want to have to give them anything.
To quote Tom Cruise, show me the money.
That's
right, exactly. However, Hubbard had specifically said to not do that. Do not fundraise. Do not ask for donations.
Well, past leaders' wisdom is expendable.
Right.
And that is exactly what it's switched over to now. They have one individual, his name is Bob Duggan, and he had a pharmaceutical company. He sold it. He was actually a very successful inventor. He had made a chocolate chip recipe that sold to chain. He had many different ventures over the course of his life, but he had amassed billions and billions of dollars. He personally has admitted to giving over $360 million himself to Scientology. One guy. And so when David Miscavige started getting these guys to start, hey, give me 10 million, give me 20 million, give me 50 million, give me another 10 million. What sort of happened is he created an entire network of rich Scientologists that in order to be in this little network, you have to give a $10 million donation. And once you do that, you are now in a club with all these other guys that you're only a multimillionaire. Now you're in the club with a bunch of billionaires. And now they're going to help you become even more wealthy.
Brilliant.
And so now he's got, let's just say it's 100, 200 guys they're not all billionaires, but they have enough to give Scientology a couple million, maybe 10 million. And the more of those guys he got, then it was sort of like, who cares about the Scientology training and the counseling? And that's basically not even a deal anymore. But meanwhile, the Sea Org members are still making $46 a week. The people that are in the Scientology organizations, they're not even making $20 a week. And so now you've got this disparity where David Miscavige is hanging out with the millionaires and the billionaires, and he's living like a billionaire. And the Scientology is paying all of his expenses, and he has a salary of a couple $100,000. The last time it was reported, I think he had in the 90s, he had a salary of $300,000 a year. He is the captain of the Sea organization. He's making several $100,000 a year, which for a major corporation or a major nonprofit or any of these things, it's not really that much money. But when your counterparts are being paid maybe $2,500 a year, if they get paid every week, maybe a little bit more, it's kind of like, hey, what kind of game are we playing here? Like, they could increase the Sea Org pay to $250 a week, and it wouldn't even phase anybody. They basically have a 5,000 man workforce that they're paying peanuts. They're not even paying their members what somebody would get as a meal per diem payment for a single day. They're not paying that in a week.
Which, by the way, during the time that I was in Religious Technology Center, it was very carefully structured so that David Miscavige was the top paid person, obviously. Shelley was his number 2, but she had to be number 3 on the pay structure. Larice Stukenbrock was number 2 because having a Mr. and Mrs. as the number 1 and number 2 was not a good look for the IRS. So it was carefully fabricated to not do that.
Anyway,
interesting.
So all of these things are sort of coming around, and I'm seeing them. So for most of those years, I was working at the international headquarters, but I would travel to the organizations if we did a video for them or an event, or we had to do the audio visual systems. And over the years, there was less and less and less and less people in these organizations. And now we have the ideal organization program. These places have been built and occupied for months, if not years, by the time I'm traveling to them. And they're the emptiest they've ever been. And we're doing event videos, pumping them up and showing them full of people and all these things. And even I, who know there's a bit of movie magic involved, I'm like, we're way past movie magic. Now this is just outright lies and propaganda. Nothing that he's saying is happening is actually happening. And that is when I'm sort of like, I've dedicated 15 years to this, and I'm seeing in real time, this is basically a scam. We are scamming people. And I know, and I also am at the other end of the money. So I'm seeing the struggle of the people on the ground and how they're not getting paid. I know I'm not getting paid. I know David Miscavige is living high on the hog, and we've at the international base, they were wasting millions and millions of dollars on building projects. And, oh, this building has to be completely redone. They'll rip everything out and redo it. And that's $2 million. And I'm basically just seeing that this is being run insane. And not only are there millions of dollars being wasted on nonsense, and David Miscavige is living high on the hog, but the people are struggling in these places. The people that are sacrificing everything, and the people running the place aren't sacrificing a single thing. Yeah. Really, they're living it up.
And meanwhile, Mark found out from Shelley Miscavige directly that I was under incredible pressure to divorce Mark, and that I was going to be put in the hole because of my refusal to divorce Mark.
Why were they pressuring you to divorce Mark?
Because David Miscavige had decided on a new personnel policy that in Religious Technology Center, you could only be married to someone else also in that organization. So even though we worked on the same property and had both been in the Sea organization for many years,
and we're married.
And married, exactly. Now he was implementing this personnel policy, knowing full well, okay, get divorced or you're out.
Yeah, he actually called it sleeping with the enemy. He considered anyone not in his organization, even though they were Sea Org members in Scientology organizations, that they were the enemy of his organization.
And that's the paranoia that we're talking about, because he was worried that if I attended a meeting and saw David Miscavige punch Norman Starkey in the face, that I'm going to go home and tell Mark about that.
And that he might not be as compelled to be supportive as you might feel being an insider.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, coupled with the fact that I'd already myself been attending meetings where this had happened. It used to be that I think he kept the violence and sort of the bad behavior in the inner circle. And pretty much starting in the 2000s, 1999 forward, he just let it all hang out. He literally had no filter, and he would lose his temper and physically abuse or punch people or scream and yell or throw shit at us or whatever, to a point where if you were going to a meeting with him, it probably a 95% chance someone's getting beat up in this meeting. And that was in the late 2004, 2003 period, where it was pretty much, you could go to a meeting with him and either get beat up or get assigned to the RPF or get taken off your position. Any of those things were not a sure thing, but it's going to happen to somebody in the meeting.
Yeah, so it had gotten to the point where Shelley Miscavige told me that one of her coworkers that was a friend of hers who had escaped, Shelley said she was the smart one. Like, she got out of there, and that was shocking to me. Like, wow, she's telling me that somebody who escaped was the smart one. Clearly, everything was not going well.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm thinking your church is kind of where our church was at the end of Brigham Young's era, right?
That sounds about right. It seems like even with the successor and that is actually it's a kind of weird thing that David Miscavige is almost exactly following L. Ron Hubbard's trajectory. Mm-hmm. The FBI have been investigating Scientology for many years now. Mm-hmm. There's lawsuits cropping up everywhere. There's fraud, credit card fraud, wrongdoings. They just had one of their major celebrities arrested for sexual assault.
Who's that?
Danny Masterson.
Okay, right, we'll talk about that.
And so all these things are sort of happening, and it is at a point where it's about to boil over for David Miscavige. He's been avoiding process servers for going on probably 6 or 7 years now, where if there's a lawsuit, they cannot serve him. He literally makes it impossible. That's and wild. They'll drag out the lawsuit for an extra year or two, arguing that he hasn't even been served yet. That's so wild. How can this be going forward?
It's weird they can't serve the corporation, you know?
Well, the lawyers can argue endlessly on the semantics of how the service was conducted.
That's
and
crazy.
You literally, the guy has homes in UK, LA, Clearwater, Gilman Hot Springs, all of these different locations. So no one can say, oh, he's not there right now because he's over here right now. And then he's at an event in Florida and they say, we're going to serve you here. Oh no, he's back in California now. And well, his driver's license has a Florida address. Well, his corporate address is in California. Well, it's just endless on the lawfare that they just drag it out. And then
it's literally just degenerated into cat and mouse games to avoid accountability.
And that's the thing is, he'll die at some point, probably. But, as long as you have enough money and enough lawyers and enough religious protection, there's nothing to stop Scientology from, in 150 years, becoming a $1 trillion organization.
Yeah, if there's nobody that says this has got to stop, then it'll just keep going because it is like you said, and that is a policy. I don't know that it's all of Scientology, but they have a trust called the International Association of Scientologists, the IAS. And I think it might have been Hubbard that dictated they can only spend the interest that they've made on their principal. They can never spend the principal. They can only spend interest amounts that have been earned. So they have a very similar 7% sort of, this is how much our budget is, but that's only for that one organization. I don't think that applies to a lot of the other Scientology organizations, but okay, so I'm traveling to all these places. I'm seeing all this. I'm back at the property. And I go into excruciating detail in my book about this whole thing. But essentially, in the 1980s, we started out with projectors in all these organizations. And L. Ron Hubbard said we should use this exact projector. And we have this many organizations. So they bought 500 of these projectors so that each organization could have 2 or 3 different film rooms and they'd all have this projector in it. Anyway, fast forward to 2004, I get word that they're cleaning up the systems, the AV systems warehouse in Los Angeles, and they're getting rid of a bunch of old stuff. And I say, well, tell me what you're getting rid of. And if I can use any of it or do anything with it, let me know. And they said, well, we already threw out the projectors, but we've got some other stuff. I said, wait, what projectors? They said, we had like 20 or 30 of these Ike 16 millimeter projectors. Obviously we don't use those anymore. So we were just going to throw them away. I said, oh no, don't throw those away. Send those to, well, they're like, we already put them in a roll off. They might already be gone. I said, get the pallet out of the roll off and ship it up to me. And if they're useful, I may be able to sell them and make some money to, again, $1 billion organization. I can't get a purchase order approved for computers to send to the organizations that I have to build systems for. So,
and which David Miscavige had ordered Marc to build and was waiting for his submission, and Marc couldn't get the money approved to put everything together to send to David Miscavige.
So they send me these projectors. They're still in the box from 1980. They've never been opened. And for
20 years old.
For right or wrong, at that time, there was a resurgence of collectors and hobbyists that are buying 16 millimeter films and doing little film showings. And these projectors had sound as well. They had a mag stripe sound strip. So if you had an old movie that had sound on it, you can actually play it with these special projectors from the 1980s. And I think I may have bought them for a few $100s back in the 80s. I was selling them for $2,000-$3,000.
Whoa.
In 2004. Anyway, so I ended up doing
because you were able to salvage them from the dumpster.
Yeah, I had literally taken them from the garbage to then say, hey, I've got a bunch of this old equipment. I'd like to sell it.
Yeah.
I did a whole proposal.
I get it.
In Scientology, you can't act as a treasury if you don't actually work in the treasury department. So I actually had to get an advisory council, an executive council, and the financial bank to get approval to be able to do this. Yeah. I get approval and I sell $15,000 to $30,000 worth of stuff over a period of several months. And then I now have all the things I need to give this proposal to David Miscavige. I've purchased all the equipment to be able to design and sample the system so that he can come and look at them. And I've sent this to him. And then it has to go through several channels of people before it gets to him. It has to go to my executive director and then the executive director of the management organization before it can go to Religious Technology Center and get approved by David Miscavige. And David Miscavige has to approve within the Scientology organization. He has to personally approve maybe 300 to 400 things that happen in Scientology. When they change the carpet in the mess hall, he has to say that's the right carpet.
He's a micromanager.
The micromanager of the universe and in the Scientology world. So because it's taking days to get to him, he writes a dispatch to the police department of Golden Arrow Productions and says, hey, I was supposed to get a submission from Mark and I haven't got it. Maybe you guys could find out what he is doing.
Oh.
And that's basically like a free-for-all on me. That's basically a target on me, like, go get him.
Okay. This reminds me of one of the conversations we had last night.
Yeah.
When you talked about potentially judges and attorneys being in the pocket of and police officers being in the pocket of Scientologists. Is that relevant here to give a little context for his involvement in police?
No, we're talking about the internal police of within the organization.
Okay. Yeah. But that's me remembering one of the things I want to make sure.
Yes, so we'll flag it. Okay. But so when David Miscavige writes a dispatch like that, it's not let's see if he's up to no good. It's a declaration that Mark is up to no good. Yeah. Tell me what he's up to because he hasn't given me the submission I asked for. Even though
it was with somebody on the way there.
But you said, did you use the word police?
Yeah.
Is there a term in Scientology for internal police?
It's called the Director of Inspection and Reports. And the the department is called the Inspections and Reports Department. Okay. And they're basically the security forces in that department.
Okay. Got it.
They're the internal.
It's the ethics department in Scientology that makes, they're responsible that you're on your job, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing when you're, at all times of the day.
And if you get in trouble, they're the ones that are supposed to get you out of trouble.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And so he basically sends a dispatch directly to that guy, the guy that's in charge of that department, saying, hey, find out what he's up to. And this guy, right or wrong, I had a history with because he was also in Los Angeles when I was posted in Los Angeles, and he had the exact same job in Los Angeles of that whole building. And so I had been a frequent flyer with him for many years over my 15 years. We had a long-term relationship of him kind of being up my ass. And so he was very happy to oblige David Miscavige direct order to go find out what I was up to. Anyway, they literally they tossed my office. They went through all my files, just whatever we can find to light this guy up. While I'm there working, they're just digging through my stuff. And they find a receipt for a lens that I had sold. And he goes, "What's this?" And I go, I sold some old lenses. And he goes, "Wait a minute, you're selling org equipment?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've got a whole thing approved. It's all above boards. I've been selling shit for months." And he's like, "It says here you sold a $700 lens." And I kind of laughed like,
"That's nothing."
Yeah, you have no fucking clue, dude. Anyway, so they go to town over the $700 lens. And then they actually confiscated my PayPal card, and I had to give them all my PayPal info. I was selling all this stuff on eBay. Another interesting fact about this is there was maybe a handful, maybe 10 or 15 people on that entire property of 800 people that had access to the internet. And I just happened to be one of them because over the years I needed it for professional reasons and contact vendors and do research. And so the fact that I was on the internet, which is kind of a taboo thing for most people. And I would say out of the 10 or 15 or 20 people on that property that could get on the internet, about half of them had done things that there's a filter, a Scientology program. So when you go to an anti-Scientology site or a site that's not Scientology friendly, a porn site, and they had many, many problems with anyone who had access, that when they do try to do that, it alerts. And so somebody comes and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I had mentioned before, there were many foreign nationals on that property. For many years, they would just search terms in another language, and the filter didn't even know what they were searching. And then they got wise to that, and they put all of the Hungarian words and the Russian words and all the other languages for those same search terms. But it's also interesting that you cannot look up Scientology within a Scientology facility on the internet. The word Scientology is blocked in the filter so that you're not able to access any information about Scientology on the internet.
You also can't Google Hubbard, David Miscavige, and if you do, then
it'll hit the filter, and then you'll get a visit.
Trouble.
Because I was aware of all these things, I never would ever search any of those terms because I knew one of the admins, I actually knew 3 of the admins for the filter. So I knew what not to do when I was on the internet. But regardless, they really latched on to this idea that this was going to be the silver bullet that was going to take me out, that I was selling this equipment. And after a whole bunch of back and forth and accounting and how much did he make, how much is in his account, how much was the equipment, they basically said that there was a $250 discrepancy. And that $250 was mainly comprised of the fees that eBay charges you. And they very carefully picked everything apart and said, "We saw your proposal, which was approved, but nowhere in there does it say that there's a 2% fee that has to go to eBay or PayPal." So basically they lit me up for the eBay or the PayPal fee or whatever the discrepancy was. And I was sort of like, are you kidding me?
And specifically, there's a Hubbard policy called financial irregularities, where Hubbard says if somebody's found guilty of a financial irregularity, they should join the Walking Dead or something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it says.
Yeah. And so because Mark hadn't specified that there was an eBay fee and accounted for that, that was ruled as a financial irregularity.
Yeah. So that was the end of the line for me, because now I'm like, well, this is sort of ridiculous. I made $30,000 selling garbage, and you're going to light me up for $250 in fees. Come on. Now we're just being silly. Like, this is ridiculous.
So I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Question number 1 is, it's their, I was excommunicated, and they didn't like my framing of why I was excommunicated, based on the evidence. And so they had to come up with their own framing, which was ridiculous. But it spoke to a larger truth for me, which is their club, their rules. They can kick out whoever they want.
Totally.
So why did they feel like they had to even, if they didn't like you for whatever reason, why did they even feel like they needed to justify why they wanted to get rid of you? Which speaks to a more of a core issue. Why did they want to get rid of you if you were doing great work for them?
So my answer to that is it's not that they wanted to get rid of Marc, is that they needed to give an answer back to David Miscavige that was adequate and answered the question of what has Marc been up to? What is Marc guilty of that he hasn't completed the submission? So it was.
So if Dear Leader has paranoia.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
It doesn't matter what the facts are.
Yeah. The answer to David Miscavige's letter saying, what is Marc up to? What is he guilty of? Cannot be, oh, sir, no, he did your submission and it's just with one of the other people. That is not an acceptable answer.
Yeah.
The answer has to be, we found it. And here it is, a big, juicy financial irregularity, sir. You were right.
Oh, yeah. That's dark. Yeah.
Anyway,
especially when people are giving their lives to you.
I know. And also that's sort of my thing. I'm like, $250. Come on. This is ridiculous.
Well, when you made more revenue from what you grabbed out of the dumpster.
Exactly. So that was sort of my argument. I'm like, so let me get this straight. I give you $30K and 250 of that went to making that $30K. And I took garbage and made that. And now and they basically said I embezzled $250. And so,
but to add to that too, first of all, financial irregularities is an offense for which you can be assigned to the Rehabilitation Project Force. Second of all, Marc hadn't been paid and went to try and collect his pay to say, okay, there's a $250 fee I didn't account for from eBay. Here, let me give it to you. And what did they say to you to that? They
said, no, it's done. You did it. It's done. Join the Walking Dead. And that's literally what they told me. You're joining the Walking Dead. That $250. And in the course of trying to get my back pay that I hadn't collected, I actually went to L. Ron Hubbard's granddaughter who worked at the property. Her name was Roanne, and we were very good friends. And I went to Roanne and I said, hey, Roanne, there's a giant freaking mess cluster that's happened. I basically got to come up with $250 like right now. And I couldn't get my back pay, but I was wondering if you could spot me, $250, or maybe it was $200 or whatever it was. And she wrote me a check on the spot. She was L. Ron Hubbard's granddaughter, so she had a couple of bucks. And she was just a few years younger than I was. And we had been friends through the entire 15 years that I was at the property. And I went back to the ethics department and I said, here, I've got the money. And they said, no, it's done. And I was like, okay. And so then I thought, well, I've got $250. I did end up getting to the treasury guys. I went in there. They said, what do you need? I'm like, I can't wait till Friday. You can only get paid on one. You can only go get your pay on a certain day of the week. And I said, listen, there's a whole mess happening. I need all my back pay right now. So I was able to get a couple $100 from them. I had the $250 from Roanne, and they were like, we don't want your money. It's done. The ship has sailed. We're writing up a whole report to David Miscavige on all the nonsense you've been up to. My division head, I was the head of the department. My division head had gotten my submission back from the person that it was with. They took my name off the submission. They put her name on it. They wrote a whole preamble. Marc's a criminal. He stole $250. He's going to the RPF. He's done for. So I went into my office and I started getting all my stuff ready.
To what?
To get the hell out of there.
Okay. And what, for those who didn't listen to yesterday, or to the extent that we didn't describe it, describe in a minute what your life would have been like in the RPF.
If I went to the RPF, I would basically be working in Los Angeles or in Clearwater in a completely separate location from Claire. I would most likely never return to the property ever again for the rest of my Sea Org career if I did graduate the rehabilitation project force, which includes at least 5 hours of interrogations a day. And then the rest of that, whatever it is, 16-hour day is spent doing hard manual labor, scrubbing dumpsters with toothbrushes or cleaning dishes in the galley or swabbing the decks or whatever the worst possible thing is that they have to do.
Horrific manual labor.
Yeah.
Yes,
For up to 10 years.
Yeah, and forbidden from even originating communication to anyone outside of that program. So during the entire time he would be on that program, setting aside that he would never be working where I was again, he would also just be forbidden from having any communication with me.
Until I was done with the program, had graduated the program, and then was reposted in a new organization, if I made it that long. So essentially, the whole 15 years, it's gone. I don't have a wife. I don't have a family. I'm now going to be in this. Basically, it's like a
prison.
It's a Timu prison camp. It's Scientology's version of prison. And so, I'm basically like, okay, I've got $500 that I've got a check. I got to get to a bank to cash this. Got about $200 in cash here. I've got a motorcycle that I haven't been riding because I haven't been allowed to ride a motorcycle because I was an ethics particle, they call it. But my house was on the outside of the property, right outside the fence of the property. So they have ultra barrier razor wire around the entire perimeter of the property. They have ground microphones in the ground that can detect anything bigger than a rabbit or a fox. So if you jump over the fence, they have fence shakers that have a little mercury tube that when you shake the fence.
And did you help install?
I installed microphones, fence shakers. I never installed any ultra barrier, but I have been sliced up by it when climbing up and over the fence while we installed the other things.
And you mentioned this all was put to keep people in.
Yeah, the ultra barrier in the beginning was on the inside.
Yeah, which
raised a few eyebrows here and there when people took pictures of that. So they added it to the outside as well.
Yeah, we talked about that in our deposition. And then the lawyer's response was, oh, well, we're preventing people from stealing equipment. And we're like, oh, what? Because somebody's going to toss hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment over a fence?
Yeah. Anyway, so getting out of the property is the biggest barrier, because you can't freely come and go without checking with security. They have gates that have to be opened by them. They have to unlock the gate and they have to close the gate. And so when you go out any of the roads that have vehicle entrances, you pull up to the gate and they say, where are you going? And if they don't like where you're going, you ain't going.
And very often if someone's in trouble or under interrogation or anything else, they will be restricted to the property. So they're not allowed to go home even for the few hours of sleep. They have to stay at the property.
And if you said to the security guards, I'm leaving Scientology.
No, you're not.
That people have done that. I mean, it's gotten so bad that at one point there was a guy by the name of Fred who was one of the few people that had a car, and he was literally ramming the security gate to try and get out, and they would not let him go. If somebody, there's been many times somebody would just walk down the highway and security will pull up in a vehicle and just toss the person in the back of the van.
Yeah,
I mean, that's illegal. It's got to be illegal.
100%.
Absolutely.
There's one girl who escaped, and when they pulled up to her and they threw her back in the vehicle, I think she either broke her wrist or her ankle, or she got injured when they threw her back into the vehicle to bring her back. And in my book, when you escape from Scientology, it is called a blow, and blowing means that you have an unauthorized departure. So even if you're on a course in Scientology and you stop doing the course, it's considered a blown student. So any authorized departure from anything in Scientology is called a blow, and people that have blown are considered escaped, or they need to be recovered and got back onto the thing. So in Scientology, at the international headquarters, whenever somebody escapes, they call a blow drill. And there's about 20 to 30 people that are activated. And those people have a specific task to recover someone who's blown, whether it's going to the bus stations, whether it's calling the taxi companies, going to the nearby hotels, contacting their relatives, staking out their relatives' houses.
Yes.
And if they come there. So if you escape from the international headquarters and you have 3 siblings that live in Los Angeles, there will be an INT-based Sea Org member parked outside of all 3 of those locations, waiting in case you may show up there to get them to help you to wherever you're trying to get to. So I know all of this because I've been there for 15 years and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of blow drills where somebody's escaped. They say at the muster, everyone accounted for except for Jimmy. We don't know where he's at. And then you don't see Jimmy for a week. And then the next thing you know, Jimmy's washing dishes a week later in the galley, and he has been recovered and brought back. He's no longer the division head of the film department. He's a dishwasher for the next 8 years.
Yeah, it bears mentioning that any member of the Sea organization is required to complete a very extensive life history. So they have all the information on every member of your family, where they live, every friend you've ever had, where they live. So they have carefully collected all that information. So if you ever do try to escape, they have a very good chance of knowing exactly one of the people that you would be heading to.
And one of the craziest things that never made sense to me is in the life history form, you have to list your mother's maiden name. Like, who needs that? You also have to list any pets that you had over the years. You have to like random facts that make no sense to a Sea Org member, especially a child that's joining the Sea organization. But then when you go to recover your bank account and they ask you, what's your mother's maiden name? And what's the name of your first pet? All those security questions on bank websites, those are in the Sea Org member life history. So when somebody escapes, they just log. If you do have a savings account or a checking account that in many years, no Sea Org members didn't have that. And then some Sea Org member was at a Walmart or something and didn't have the right amount of money. And because they couldn't pay, because they didn't have even a bank card that they could put in, it was like, this is getting weird. We got to at least get these guys bank cards so they're not living in the Stone Ages. So I knew that they could track my bank. I knew that they could track the airlines. They have a travel agent in the Sea organization that has access to every single major airline, and he can actually purchase and print airline tickets and see if the plane is full. He can't see what the names are, but he can see the first initial and the last few letters of the last name. So if they're trying to find out where Marc Headley's flying, they can literally log into United. He's either going to Kansas City or he's going to Denver. That's where he has family. And they can just go through the flights and see if I'm on any of those flights, and they can bump me if they want to. They can say, oh, we're his agent. We're going to move his flight to a different flight.
That's wild.
And they've done that before.
We've witnessed it in real time when someone we were helping somebody escape and their flight was delayed inexplicably. The flight left, but they got bumped off of it, and their Sea Org mother showed up in an airport where she didn't work in the later in that day to intercept him,
to stop him from escaping.
And this was in the late 2000s, so we know they're still able to do it somewhat.
I thought you were going to say this information they gather helps them figure out people's passwords to break into their computer systems.
Oh, 100%. Any of those things, whether it's their bank account or their credit card or whatever. They even had for many years, they had an issue of how to find out where they would say, here are all the frequent flyer numbers for all these airlines. You just call, say you lost your card and you want to make sure you were accredited for your last booking. What's the last flight I booked? I want to make sure it shows up. And then you go up, he's going to Denver. He's on the 3:30 flight today. They have a whole system for this. It's documented.
Dang.
Anyway, they've also used that same information to obtain phone records. They've done it to us a number of times. We finally had to we explored going into the witness protection to avoid this, but then we would have lost everything we built up in just 3 years. But whatever,
That's dark.
it's
That's so
crazy.
dark. Yeah.
Anyway, so I know my house, the house that we live in, because she was in Religious Technology Center, there is a golf course that they own that is adjacent to the international headquarters. And along the road that it goes along the golf course, there was maybe 10 or 15 different houses. And over the years, Scientology purchased, anytime somebody moved out of one of these houses that had nothing to do with Scientology, they would just buy the house.
Yeah.
And so we lived in one of those houses that was maybe a few hundred yards outside of the property.
We had a room in that house, just to be clear.
Yes.
Like there were other staff that lived in the house. We didn't have a house.
We
had a room.
I want to say it was a 3-bedroom and there were 6 people living there. So we had shared a bedroom. There was another couple in another bedroom, and there was 2 girls that lived in one of the other bedrooms. And all of those people were either in Religious Technology Center, or there was a couple where one of them was and the other one wasn't. So
I'm still surprised that they actually let you go home that night.
And that was actually the biggest surprise to me too, because usually I had been restricted to the property over the 15 years, maybe 2 or 3 years. I had been restricted to the property. So there might have been a 6-month period where I couldn't go home, and I just slept under my desk or found a closet somewhere and rolled up a sweater and slept on that. But so this was the most trouble I think I'd ever been in. And I think like around 1 or 2 in the morning, I'm like, I got to go and sleep and be sessionable so I can get interrogated tomorrow. I'm going. And they let me go. And so, but I don't think they realized that I did have a motorcycle under a tarp in the garage of that house, charged and gassed and ready to go.
Hadn't you specifically moved the motorcycle there so that they couldn't take it from you?
I did. They had locked up the motorcycle many times when it was on the property, and I would use it to drive around the property's 500 acres. So if you're an executive that has to travel to multiple areas, if you don't have a motorcycle, you're spending 4 hours a day just walking around.
Yeah. So we both had motorcycles if it's going to take you 30 minutes to get to a meeting with David Miscavige, that's not going to fly.
Yeah, you need to be there within a minute or two, because he's going to be waiting and you don't want to keep him waiting. That's not going to be a good meeting for you. If you're the last person to show up to one of those meetings, you're the one getting the beating that meeting. Anyway, so the motorcycle was parked there. I left around, I want to say it was maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I was sort of hanging out, waiting for them to tell me what was going to happen. And then somebody came to me and said, the submission's now gone up. Oh, they needed me to hang around in case there were questions on this submission that was now being submitted by somebody else. And they'd taken my name off it and basically said, he's a shit stain. He's not even doing anything. Meanwhile, I'm hanging out. So if they have any questions on the submission, I can answer them for them.
Waiting for your own execution.
Because they have no idea what this thing is about.
And also during that time, so we had the organization had Nextel phone radios. So they owned them. We didn't, but I had one and Mark had one.
But the one I had was given to me as a present from David Miscavige for my birthday.
Yes, that's right. So he was an exception where he owned his. The point being that during that time, Mark radios me and he doesn't tell me what's going on, but he just asks, are you going to come home? And I said, I'm going to try. I don't think so, but I'll at least try and come home to get a shower. I'll let you know. So he didn't tell me anything that was going on. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew that he had asked me to come home. I didn't make it home, but either way.
And I didn't do that a lot because I knew she's either coming home or she's not coming home. If I make a request, it's not going to weigh in on the facts of what happens. So I go home. Before I go home, I must say this because it's one of the shoulda, woulda, couldas. Because I had set up the entire computer network for the international base. I was one of the few people who knew how to do fiber and Cat5 and do terminations and network switches and all that, starting from when they had 10 base T switches for all you geeks out there. And so I had basically, until I networked the entire property, you have a 500 acre property with 30, 40 buildings spread out all over those acres. They used SneakerNet up until I networked it. They used which is, I've got a file. I'm going to walk a half an hour across the property and give it to this guy.
On a floppy disk.
On a USB or a floppy disk, or even the, what are they called? Compact flash cards, whatever it was, zip drives.
Yeah, no networking.
Over the years, there was a lot of people walking around, and I basically said, you guys are wasting all the time in the world. You could just move the folder to his office in one click. And so I had access to most of the computer systems on the entire property as an administrator, including David Miscavige's personal photo server. Which I went and got the biggest USB stick I could and filled it up with pictures of him and Tom Cruise and at David Beckham games for Real Madrid, and them snowmobiling and sailing and scuba diving. And I just filled that thing until I couldn't take one more file. I took that, put that in my pocket. I went to the house that we lived in. I checked on the bike. It was ready to go. It was gassed up. It had charge. And I basically got all my stuff together, and I waited for Claire to see if she would come home. And I wanted to stay awake as long as I could so that I could have a conversation with her, and debated whether or not I would say, I'm out. I'm doing it. And if you want to come, you got to come. She never came home. I fell asleep waiting for her. And normally I would have to be at the 8:30 muster in the morning. So I'd have to get up 7:30ish, get ready, go, maybe have a coffee or some breakfast or whatever, and then go to muster. I got a bang on the door at 9 o'clock. I overslept. I missed muster. And it's a security guard banging on the door. And he goes, "Hey, where are you?" And I said, "Oh, I'm still dressed from the night before. I haven't even changed." And I go like, "Oh, fuck, I overslept. I'm supposed to blow today. I'm supposed to be escaping right now. I missed my window." Anyway.
So creepy. They had a security guard banging on your door when you missed a meeting.
Not only that, we had there were security cameras all down that road.
Yes,
so there was security cameras on top of our house that fed into the main security booth feed.
Yeah, that was the reason why I kind of rationalized why they let me go home, is because they could see me walk all the way down. And I did notice that there was a car parked outside. The house next to us was also a Scientology owned house. And there was a gentleman that lived in that house who was always in trouble. He was in trouble 6 out of 7 days of the week. He was in trouble. His name was Rick Cruzen.
And he also had a history of
escaping,
blows of unauthorized departures. And I think he'd successfully escaped and then been brought back 5 or 6 times at least
5 times where he has escaped and he'd been brought back. He went to the RPF 2 or 3 times. He was on the radar of the security force, and their car was there when I went home that night outside of his house, which was kind of weird. Anyway, so then the security guard says, "Hey, you got to come in." I said, I thought I was supposed to be, in order to get interrogated properly, you're supposed to have slept so they can get the most juice out of you as possible.
To be for an interrogation on the e-meter, you have to have had adequate food and sleep. Yeah.
Anyway, he said, "Nobody cares about that. You're supposed to come in." So I said, "Okay, no problem." And I had known this guy. This is actually he's kind of the tech support for security that installs the cameras and the fence shakers. And so I'd worked with him for many years. So I say, "No problem. Karsten," was it Karsten, the tall German guy? Yeah, Karsten, no problem, Karsten. I get a shit showered, shave, and then I'll be right in. And so he leaves. So I go, "Okay, well, he's gone. I better get my shit together." Left that thumb drive on the ironing board with all those photos in it. So those photos never left their property. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. They probably could have complained. I might not should have had access, and maybe should not have taken those. So maybe blessing in disguise.
Yeah, I could have gotten sued.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so didn't end up getting those, and basically had a bag with some clothes on it. and it was like a really old shitty suitcase, and I just bungeed it to the back of the motorcycle. And I was like, okay, I'm doing it. This is it. I got to go. Turn my phone off. That's done. Take the battery out. I know they can track a phone. I know they can see where the GPS is of it. So got to get that out of there. And this is
like
it.
Breaking Bad stuff, man.
It literally
get rid of the burner phone. Like
literally, I knew
it's like Gustavo Fring's got the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Cameraed up.
And my plan was basically, I've got to get into town. I got to get to a Wells Fargo and cash this check from L. Ron Hubbard's granddaughter so I can get some cash, and I'll figure it out from there. I'm thinking I'm going to call my dad, who lives in Kansas City.
And it bears mentioning that Mark's dad, who we've mentioned was never in Scientology, for all these years had maintained a toll-free number so that if Mark or his sister or I ever needed to call him, we could do that.
That's
for free.
Awesome. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah. And I never really thought
wild.
I never really thought anything of it, but he wasn't in Scientology, and he knew what was up, but he was playing along to get along, because he knew if he caused any problems or said anything, we're never going to talk to him ever again. So he played the game my entire life with Scientology. And he was the one who was like, how's it going? And wish you'd write more. I wish you'd visit more. But the normal stuff never really went too far. So
that's a great lesson.
Yeah, that toll-free line is some of the inspiration for the crisis line that Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation now maintains.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I've got a plan. I'm getting on the bike. I'm going to drive from the property into the town of San Jacinto, which is just kind of 3 or 4 miles down the road. And that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to get to that Wells Fargo. And at the Wells Fargo, there's a payphone, and I'm going to call my dad. So I open the garage. I want to say it's an old timey garage. So I actually have to manually open this garage. I pull my bike out. I've got my bag bungee corded to the back of it. I close the garage, and I have a helmet. My bike is street legal. It's got a license plate. It's good to go. I pull out of the driveway and I turn onto the road, and the security truck is parked there because they're watching the other guy next door to me. He hasn't gotten up yet. He was up all night mixing or doing whatever he did, and they're waiting for him to get up before they leave. And so the second I pull onto the road, I've got a suitcase on the back of my motorcycle. They know my bike. They know my helmet. They know I live there. And they know I ain't showed up yet. And in retrospect, they could have been waiting for me. I never really thought about that. They could have just been waiting for me to come in and not even waiting for the other guy. I had assumed until this exact second they were waiting for him. They could have just been waiting for me.
That's a good point. Because they probably were just like, keep an eye.
Keep an eye.
Yes,
both.
Both. Exactly.
Anyway, soon as I pull onto the road, they're following. The car's already been running. They just put it into gear and were following me. And so I'm basically like, wow, 10 seconds in and it's already a chase. So I drove down the highway. It's Highway 79. That's right up, that runs through the middle of the Scientology property. And then that leads into the street that goes all the way. It's the main drag all the way down into San Jacinto. And that road goes all the way to the Wells Fargo. So all I have to do is drive down the highway, get on that road, and drive the whole way. I see them behind me, and I'm just like, whatever. What are they going to do? I'm on a motorcycle. They're in a car. Until I stop, there's nothing they can do. I found out that wasn't the case about a few hundred roads once we got onto that main drag. I can see them. They pull right up next to me, and they're like, you got to come back. You can't do this. And they're motioning to me. And the road There's kind of like a little shoulder there, and there's farms. It's really farmlands. There's a giant cow dairy, milk farm there. And I'm driving, and they basically are driving next to me, and they just sort of move until I'm now in the shoulder and there's no more road left, and I crash. So they just run me basically slowly off the road. And I'm maybe going 25, 30 miles an hour. It's a dual sport 200cc motorbike. It's got no balls. It's going max speed 60 miles an hour on a good day. So I crash. My suitcase is in the road. The bike is damaged. The handle, I want to say the clutch levers broken off. And the security guard, his name is Danny Dunnigan. He jumps out of the security SUV. It's like a black Nissan Pathfinder. He jumps out of that and he takes the key out of the motorcycle. So now that's it. It's done. And I'm like, give me the key. He's like, no, you got to come back. I'm like, dude, I'm never coming back. Give me the key. I'm out. I'm done. And he's like, you can't leave. You're coming with us. We're going to get back in the car. We're taking the key. And right as that conversation's taking place, they have a police scanner in the security vehicle, and they hear there's been an incident on the side of the road, and they can hear dispatch saying there's units on the way. Somebody driving by called 911 and said, there's a car that just drove a motorcycle off the road and they're fighting in the middle of the road. And so
thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness for that person.
Seriously.
Anyway,
Good
as
Samaritan.
soon as that call comes out, one of the other security guards, or Danny, or I don't remember exactly how it went down. And I've just crashed on a motorcycle and I'm worried about getting my key back. And as soon as that call went out, he took the key, threw it to me, got back in the SUV, and they hightailed it out of there. They pulled a Yui, boom. And I'd say 30 seconds after they were out of view, here comes a cruiser. And I'm getting the bike going. I'm getting everything, my bungee and the suitcase back on, getting everything set up. And I'm like, oh, I have no clutch. So I'm trying to bump start a motorcycle on the side of a highway road. And the cop just pulls right up behind me. He pulls a U-turn, he pulls up and he says, what's going on? And I say, I'm just going into town. Just my bike's having a little bit of problems. He goes, we got a call. There was an altercation here on the road. And where are those guys?
Yeah. It's funny. It bears mentioning because it's relevant in both of our escapes that we never would have considered calling 911 and asking for help because it was so forbidden and ingrained to not do that because it would be considered an attack on Scientology. In retrospect, just...
And even at this point, I'm trying to protect them.
Yeah. I'm
playing it cool. Like, I don't want to because I know if I say I'm trying to escape, then the ship has sailed. I'm basically a full-blown enemy. I'm not just trying to escape. I'm now getting law enforcement involved and making a giant mess. So I'm like, oh, I'm just trying to get to the place. He goes, okay, well, let me grab your license. And I give him my license, and he sees the address is Golden Era Productions. And the local law enforcement knows what's up. People have been escaping this place for 15 years.
Wow.
That I know of.
Wow.
So they know what's up. They know what time it is.
Wow.
So he looks at that and he sees that I'm from Golden Era. And right while he's kind of going like, hey, what's going on? Somebody pulls up in a car. It's the public relations officer for Golden Era Productions, the interface between the Sea Org base there and the police and the mayor and the town council and all that stuff. So they all know who she is and they know she's from the property. So now he sees her and she says, what's wrong with Mark? And the cop looks at her, clocks that she's from Golden Era and says, nothing, ma'am, just we're doing a routine police stop. And she goes, oh, da-da-da. He goes, oh, you're fine. Move along. You're good. And then he looks back at me, he goes, where are you trying to get to? I said, I'm trying to get to just into town. I got to get to U-Haul or Wells Fargo, something. My bike's broken now, so I can't it's no longer a viable escape option because it's flooded, the carb is messed up or whatever in the accident. I don't have a clutch cable and a carburetor. And so he's like, you think you could get it there? And I said, I can try. I'm going to try to bump start it or something. He goes, we'll get you there. And I said, okay. He goes, you try to get it started. I'm going to get another unit here and we're going to escort you to where you're trying to get to. And I'm literally like, I'm basically like, these guys are going to help me. This is the only way I'm going to get out. I'm sorry. I haven't really talked about this in a long time. Anyway, another cop comes within a few minutes. I bump start the bike and one car is in front of me and one car is behind me. I want to say Riverside Sheriff's Department. So not San Jacinto, not Hemet, but the county sheriffs are the ones basically escorting me. And while they're escorting me, I can only go like 10 miles an hour maximum. The bike is
like in first gear.
I'm basically idling in first gear. To if I give it any gas, it just dies.
Yeah.
So I'm driving and sorry, I apologize. I'm driving and I can see them motioning to each other, the cops, and there's a vehicle that's following us and it's Muriel, the public relations person. And so the back cop pulls her over while the front cop keeps escorting me.
Nice.
And then I see this and I'm like, oh my God, they're not even gonna let me go with the police. They're trying to follow me and the police to where we're going. And so then they pull over another car and it's the legal affairs director who works under Muriel in the public relations department. And they pull him over. And so then finally the rear cop rejoins us and we go all the way to, I think we ended up going to U-Haul because the bike is dead to me basically. And I've got to get it into a vehicle. So I go to U-Haul and while we're in the U-Haul, I call my dad from the U-Haul because I don't have money to rent a U-Haul. I've got a few $100s maybe and a check that I need to still cash. And so I call my dad and I use the 1-800 number that I'd always remembered for all the years what the number was. Cause he would always say, if you ever need to call me, it don't cost anything. You just dial this number. It goes right to me. And I go, okay. So I go and I go, hey, can I make a phone call? And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I use the U-Haul while they're trying to figure out if I can rent a vehicle to go from there to Kansas City. I'm thinking I'm going to put my bike in a U-Haul and drive it all the way to Kansas City. And I'm talking to my dad and I said, hey, Dad, I just left. And he's like, I've been waiting 15 years for this phone call.
Wow.
And this whole time I was worried that he was going to let me go to where he was. It wasn't even, an idea that it would be a sure thing. I was like hoping that he would let me come to where he was. And he was like, 100, absolutely. You can come to where I am. And I said, well, you know, Stephanie, my sister, and possibly Claire are going to be calling you to see if I'm coming to where you are. He goes, don't worry about any of that. As far as I know, I haven't spoken to you. And so I go, okay.
And yet Scientology claims members of the Sea organization can leave at any time and they're free to do so.
Anyway, so he basically tells me driving a U-Haul with a motorcycle in the back of it is maybe one of my worst ideas besides joining the Sea Org. And that I should, he says, we know somebody in Los Angeles that you can park the bike with, and then we will book a ticket for you to fly to Kansas City from Los Angeles International Airport. And she lives out near the airport. So instead of now driving all the way to Kansas City on a motorcycle, I'm now just going to move the motorcycle to LA, dump it at their friend's house, and then she's going to take me to the airport. And that's my new escape plan. So we sort all that out on the phone. And then I tell the U-Haul guy, guess what? I'm not going to Kansas City. I just need to go to LA. So 2 hours, I need this truck. He's like, oh, that's $20 or, you know, whatever the fee is for just a few hours. And so I'm like, okay, cool. And I look at the cops and I'm like, okay, I'm all set. They're like, no, we're going to wait till the bike and you are in the truck on the highway before we leave you. He's like, they're like, 2 people have already tried to intercept you after you guys had the fight on the highway. We're not leaving until we know there's no way they can get you again. And I'm like, okay. So they literally are just hanging out with me while I get the keys and the guy shows me the truck and I put the bike in the back and they lend me some straps or something to lock the bike down. And I get in the U-Haul. I'm like, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to cause any trouble. And I head over to the Wells Fargo. I go do the whole thing with the check. I cash the check. Thanks, Rowan. And I go to their friend's house in Los Angeles. So I'm on the road for 2.5 hours, and literally just checking my mirrors every second of every minute to make sure no one's following me. And I meet up with this woman who lives maybe 45 minutes from the airport that my dad's wife knows, who used to be a high school friend. Dump the bike, return the U-Haul. She takes me to the airport. And when I walk into the airport, Scientology has a system where the international headquarters and the Los Angeles facilities send packages of mail through the airlines. They don't send it through the postal system.
The Mormon church does that for missionaries. It's called the pouch system.
They call it the mail pack. They say, we got to send this on the mail pack. And it goes to any organization anywhere, goes on the mail pack, mainly between Los Angeles and Clearwater, because those are the 2 major hubs. But as I'm walking, okay.
Sorry. I just have to ask this question. So do the missionaries do they do the pouch for security reasons so that it can't be infiltrated, or why is that? I'm just curious.
I don't know. And I haven't thought about that since my mission, which was like 35 years ago.
Okay. Because
I just know they had their own weird mail system called the pouch.
Yeah. In Scientology, it's called the mail pack, and it's counter to counter. So there's no vias. There's no sorting center. There's no this.
So it can't be copied and stolen as Scientology has done to government documents. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. That was
and so they can monitor everything coming and going.
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah.
And so as I arrive to the airport, the mail pack van, the Sea Org mail pack van is right there. And the mail pack Sea Org member is walking in the terminal right with,
just a coincidence.
I'm there like, and they don't know. Yeah. They don't know me from Adam. So anyway, I can't get on the flight. The flight's canceled. There's a major snowstorm in Kansas City. So I can't fly. They tell me you got to go tomorrow. And so now I'm kind of like, now this is where this is how they're going to get me. Mm-hmm. And I'm even half thinking, did they mess with the flight? Is that why I can't get I'm very, very paranoid.
Can't put it past them.
Nope.
Anyway, so I end up having to call my dad and saying, hey, evidently there's a storm where you're at. He's like, yeah, it's one of the biggest storms we've had. Whatever, look up January 2005. There was a storm. Excuse me. Anyway, so I end up having to stay at the hotel at the airport. And I don't remember if my dad booked it or I just blew every last cent I had to get the hotel room. But I'm busted at this point. I've got just a little bit of cash left. By the time all these U-Hauls and all this other stuff has happened, I'm running low. And I get a hotel room, and I'm sort of amazed that there are beds as comfortable as a bed I have not slept in a bed like this in 15 years. And I basically get a room. I say, might as well get some food. I go down to the restaurant. I only want to tell this one part because it was sort of demonstrative of how a Sea Org member lives. I'm used to eating a meal in about 2 minutes because I've only got a certain amount of meal break, and half of that's me walking there and eating and getting out of there. So the woman brings me, I order a burger or something like that and a drink, and she brings me the drink. I take a little sip. She brings me the burger. And the next time she comes back to check if I want a refill, the burger is completely, entirely gone. And she's literally like, "You okay?" And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, "You want a refill?" I'm like, yeah. But I've literally eaten an entire plate of food in about 2 minutes. And I realize, oh, wait a minute. I'm in the real world right now. I can't be like a barbarian. I've got to slow roll the eating here. Anyway, I sleep, great night's sleep. I get on the plane the next day. There's no issues at the airport. I keep an eye out. I don't see nobody anywhere. I'm gone. I'm in the wind. I get to Kansas City. My dad picks me up at the Kansas City airport.
You're blown.
I'm blown. And a lot of people are like, "Why is your book called Blown for Good?" Well, I mentioned that recovery effort, the blow drill. Most of the time, I'd say 75% of the time, they get them back. And I wanted to make sure that they knew that I was blown for good. I'm never coming back. I'm gone forever. You're never getting me back. So that's why it's called Blown for Good.
I bet that they have kidnapped people. Like, I bet they have traveled to a different state, waited with a van, waited with people inside the van, followed somebody, and then like pulled up, abducted them, thrown them in the van.
That'd be a safe bet. They once, I'll tell you 2 instances. They once found a woman who escaped. They tracked her down in South Africa. There was another gentleman who escaped. They found him in Candlestick Park at a baseball game. That's the level of insanity. Can you imagine finding anyone at a baseball game, at a ballpark? That is, to me, or even in South Africa, you find somebody and you travel to South Africa to get them back.
Yeah.
Well, once they're abducted, it's he said, she said about what really happened. If you're alone, they can abduct you, and then it's their word against yours as to whether you were really abducted or not.
And also,
Marc Yeager was for years has been one of their top executives. He escaped in the dead of night into San Jacinto and tried to make it to a payphone, and they intercepted him with a van and just threw him in the van and took him back.
Yeah.
It's not unusual for them to go to great lengths to track you down. So it wasn't a matter of if they were going to track me down. It was how long it would take them to catch up to me, and if it would be worth it for them to do anything. And I realized now that the police had gotten involved, that greatly complicated matters, because now it becomes,
there's a record. He's
on law enforcement's radar, and we don't know what conversations and who he's talking with. If we make another attempt and there's somebody that's paying attention, then this could be a very big problem.
Yeah,
so
your dad could call the police and say my son escaped, they abducted him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden police are showing up.
They've already got, it's already on record.
Yeah.
This guy there was an altercation. He was leaving. There was an altercation.
Yeah.
And the only way he got away was because we had 2 deputies escort him. And even then they made 2 attempts to sort of intervene So I'm at my dad's place. It's snowing, which is amazing. It's Kansas City. I'm sleeping. I'm eating. I'm sleeping, doing some more sleeping. And my dad's sort of like, "So now what? What happened with Claire?" And I'm like, we couldn't meet up before I left. And so he's like, "So what's going to happen?" I go, I don't know how this is going to work. I said, "If she comes, then she's going to lose her entire family." And I said, Stephanie and her, and I don't know who else is going to call, but people are going to start calling, and they're going to know I'm here. No matter what, they're going to know, and they're going to try to get me back. And so they do end up calling. My sister calls, Claire calls, and they basically tell me David Miscavige is livid that they messed this up so badly.
But to clarify, David Miscavige was not mad at Mark. They're like, you blew him off. You like that the people involved had mishandled the situation. He's like, David Miscavige was saying Mark was the only person getting my orders done, and now you've gone and blown it, and he's escaped.
And also, they were telling me, you're not even going to get in any trouble. When David Miscavige found out that you had sold all of this old equipment that had been sitting around for years, he was sort of like, why are you guys on him for this stupid thing when he sold the garbage? And basically, they were telling me what I wanted to hear and what I had been arguing before I had left. And so, and I now I'm sleeping and I'm eating, and my faculties are pretty like now tuned in. Like, you guys ran me off the road a few days ago. Okay. You're not on my team. I know that for sure. So now when you start playing nice, and I'm basically like, I know how this is. I know how you guys roll. You tell me everything I want to hear. I come back, and then I'm on the RPF the next day. It's who cares? This is ridiculous. And so this goes on for a few days where they're calling me and they're trying to convince me. And I know when my sister calls, there's people listening in on the call. It's not just my sister. So everything I'm saying, they know. Everything she's saying, they're watching. If they're not even there right with her on another muted handset, they're listening. And they have in the ethics department, that's a good point. They have in the ethics department these little interview rooms, and they have multiple phones in there. One of the phones has the handset, the microphone of the handset not installed. So they can hear everything that's happening, but their phone doesn't click when they hang up or join the call, and the other person's phone is just a regular phone. So I'm the tech guy. I built the systems that do all this. I know how this all works. So I'm basically like playing along. Nah, I'm not coming back. You guys, it's done. This ship has sailed. If David Miscavige says it's this way, it could change tomorrow. I don't believe anything you're telling me. You guys mishandled it. You guys figure it out. If the world's going to end because I'm gone, good luck. You guys mess this up. I've given 15 years, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I'm done. And then my phone, because I had one of these special Nextel phones, which not everybody had. Religious Technology Center had them, and key executives have them. But I've got David Miscavige's phone number in my phone. I've got every single executive Scientology phone number, direct line. The phone next to his bed is in my Nextel. I could give this phone to anybody, and they've got all that stuff. And I don't want to use this phone anymore because they can track it. It's on their account, but it's my property. So I fire up another eBay account, and the first thing I did was sell that phone, and I sold it to a guy who was giving it to his 12-year-old for his birthday. And so some 12-year-old out there got a phone with David Miscavige's phone number on it. Might have called him once or twice. They've changed all their phone numbers since then. But during this time, I do talk to Claire, but it's an arranged call from them. And the phone number that I did have for her no longer works.
Yeah. So on my end, what happened is the morning he escaped, I hadn't made it home. I was dozing at my desk, and all of a sudden I get called in to see Jenny Linson. She tells me Mark is escaping down the highway. He's blowing. You got to go get him back.
Were you surprised? Did you see this coming at all?
No, we had never once talked about escaping. Never. We'd never had, because again, that would have been a suppressive act. So it completely rocked my world, like shook me to the very core, rug pulled out from under me. Like, what?
And were your emotions, how dare he? Or like, whoa, this might be our chance. Like, do you know, like, were you mad at him, angry, sad?
I was shocked more than anything else. Shocked. Like, what the heck? Like, he's escaping. He's doing this completely forbidden thing. And then secondary to that, like, wait, what? He left me behind? You know, like, I didn't ever dare to say, I more than anything want to get the heck out of here, because that was, you know, taboo, couldn't even be considered. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, you left me behind.
Yeah.
Hey,
You would have remembered that he asked you if you were coming home.
Completely.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
now it was a whole different, ball of wax. Like, wait a minute, this is why he was asking me if I was going to come home and shower. Like, oh my gosh. And again, as I've said before, I honestly, had I gone home, I don't know that I wouldn't have ratted him out, because it was terrifying. The thought of trying to do what he was doing was not considerable. Not you couldn't even think about it.
Yeah.
It's basically like you're ending your life.
Yeah. I get. Yeah.
It's So I'm all of a sudden like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go get him back, and we're going to fix this, and we're going to stop this. And oh my God, he can't do this. But then within the first 20 minutes, all of a sudden the tone dramatically shifted, and security and one of the top executives who was going to go with me to bring him back sits me down and says, oh, no, Mark he's gone to the dark side. I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, he called the police. So as Mark said, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
But they're telling me, oh, he committed the criminal act of calling 911 and contacting the police. And I was just like, wait, what? And
I'd say in the Mormon Church, there are strong efforts to make sure bishops never call police. Just had to throw that in. Keep going.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
It's
policy in
Yeah.
Scientology that you're not allowed to involve. Scientology has to deal with stuff within that world. You cannot involve any authorities. But either way, so now my entire world is been tossed upside down, and instantly it shifts to Mark's now an enemy. I'm now, as his wife, under a huge magnifying glass, because surely I probably knew that he was planning to do this. Meanwhile, I hadn't talked to Mark in days. I think the last time before that conversation was he had radioed me 2 days before that on my birthday and said, hey,
That's right.
at 3:00 in the morning, should we go have a birthday burger at Jack in the Box or something? Because, which even that was strictly forbidden, but technically it was breaking the rules. Anyway, and I couldn't even go to that. I was like, no, I'm sorry, I'm working and blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, so I immediately start messaging Mark and trying to get through on his phone and like try to talk to him, even if I'm not supposed to talk to him. I don't, I'm instantly thrown into this like, well, what do you mean? I've been married to Mark for 13 years and now all of a sudden he's a bad guy and he's an enemy. This doesn't make any sense. So I'm trying to reach him to sort out what happened and find out what's going on. Like, oh, is this your way of saying we're over? Anyhow, I'm not getting through. Mark sends me a text message somewhere in that first day and says, I'm done. I'm not coming back. I can't do this anymore. And he included an email address that I didn't know he had. So it was a Hotmail email. So I wrote that down, just like, okay, worst case scenario, I have a way to reach him if I can't get through on the phone. Not that I have email access, but I'll note that down. That'll come in useful somehow, some way.
She has no access to the internet at this point. She can't get on the internet.
What year is this again?
2005.
Yeah. So the internet's email's in full force by 2005.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
And so,
Yeah. So I had no email access, but I knew that was an important piece of information because it was a way to connect him that wasn't associated with the organization. Not that I had a way to use it, but even at that moment, I was like, I've heard there's these things called internet cafes. If I can get to one of those, I can send him an email.
That's wild.
And hopefully somehow, anyway, I knew that, all the efforts immediately shifted to breaking us up. Like even that very first day, because I know very well how they work, I took my 2 rings off and I put them on my necklace under my shirt so that, because I knew what was coming. So I was playing along to avoid the immediate pressure of like, sign these divorce papers right now. I just was trying to play along. That night I was allowed to go home, and I packed a bag and hid it under my bed. That was the last time I was allowed to go home. From that moment forward, even to the house we just talked about that was adjacent to the property, I was restricted. And from that moment forward, I had to sleep in a sleeping bag on the floor of my office.
They keep people prisoners. They literally imprison people.
It's called, they have a name for it. It's called being restricted to the property. Yeah. That's if you're on the restricted list, which during the 15 years I was there could be 20 people, that could be 100 people on that list.
Yeah. And so honestly, in addition to losing my husband, now they're treating me like I instantly, just by proximity, am now being treated like a criminal. And that was really, really made me mad. I was like, this is bullshit. I'm sorry. But just because this happened, and then I started to find out what had been going on with Mark, and that they were doing this investigation. I didn't know the facts of it, but I knew that they were trying to make him what they call a head on a pike, like, make an example of him. Anyhow, that same night, that one night that I was allowed to go home, Jenny Linson, a top executive, radios me at 4:00 in the morning. And she says, David Miscavige has ordered that Mark be brought back. So while my bag is packed under the bed, I'm being told David Miscavige, the leader of Scientology, is bringing Mark back. So in my mind, first of all, I don't have the logistics figured out of how I'm going to escape. But second of all, if I do escape, and meanwhile Mark is being brought back, the end result will still be the same. I'll never see Mark again. So I've realized I kind of have to bide my time and figure things out and figure out a way to break out of there. Anyway, so it takes me 20 days, cutting to the literal chase. It takes 20 days for me to figure out the logistics. And meanwhile, it's
tell about your sister.
Yeah. So I come up with a way, because I cannot send an email. I try to figure out a way to bypass the filters, and I realize I've never sent an email in my life. I'm not technically proficient to be able to bypass their filters. So I do still have the organization phone, Nextel, though. I managed so they had changed, originally security changed my number because they saw that I was trying to call Mark. But then they said, oh no, we should use Claire to catch Mark and bring him back. So they changed the number again and let me text it to Mark, so he has my number. But then if he calls, I'm supposed to immediately alert security. So he does call. Dang. He does call, but I don't immediately alert security. And I ask him a few questions like, where are you? What happened? And he tells me I was going to be sent to the rehabilitation project force, and it's all bogus. And but I'm doing really well now. I'm sleeping, but he wouldn't tell me where he was. But he told me enough information, and then I let security know. So then security come on the phone, and are listening to the rest of the conversation.
Why didn't you want her to know where you were?
Because then they'll just come get me.
But you were talking to them on the phone.
I was talking to her.
No. Before you said they were trying to convince you.
This is the time when they.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. I get it.
I got rid of that old phone.
Okay.
I got a new phone.
Okay. But they knew. Okay. They didn't yet know where you were.
They played like they were trying to find out where I was.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Then they, at least at that point, they didn't know where he was. Like Stephanie and I, Mark's sister Stephanie and I, did both call Mark's dad and demand to know, have you seen Mark? Have you heard from him? Blah, blah, blah. And Bernie, sure enough, was like, no, haven't heard anything. But
I have to keep making parallels. If you move to a different congregation in the Mormon church and you don't want to be contacted, you don't tell them where you're moving to.
Mm-hmm.
They will ask your friends and family and neighbors if anybody has your address so that they can continue pursuing you. It's not in an abduction, kidnapping sort of way, but it's
just
a
so they can
soft
keep their tabs.
keeping tabs, soft tracking. And so it's everything in Mormonism is like a soft version of Scientology.
Scientology is not soft at all. It's very hard.
They're going hard.
But,
They're
but
going
the
hard.
principles are often still applicable.
100%.
Yeah. The tracking, the controlling, the leveraging, 100%. Yes.
Soft control instead of hard control.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So security comes on the line. So and they tell Mark, oh, you got to come back. It's all a mistake. We're going to get you the people that you need, blah, blah, blah. And I told Mark the same things too, because as much as I would have loved to entertain the thought of possible freedom, it was still not an unreality to me, that I could actually succeed and get out. And also the threat of losing my family was significant. But at the same token, the moment Mark escaped, the house of cards kind of tumbled around me. And, as I mentioned, that night I went home, turned on some music. It was Depeche Mode. I was like, I can't live without Mark. It's not going to work. It's not, we've been married for 13 years. I love him. Now they're telling me he's an evil person. That's what dramatically accelerated the cracks from my perspective of this is just all wrong. Meanwhile, without Mark, my life is complete misery. He at least helps me to find humor and laugh about things and not take things so seriously. Now, all of a sudden, without him, I'm like, if I stay here, I'm going to literally die. It's just not going to, I had suffered extreme weight loss, wasn't sleeping, psychologically and emotionally, I was a complete train wreck. I had no relationship with my family, couldn't even talk to them without somebody listening in on the phone conversation. So I'm like, who's kidding who? This is not a good scenario. So I start to plan out how to get a message to Mark. I was also very, very aware of all the many different attempts. And given the fact that I'm a woman and, at that point weighed less than 100 pounds at 5'7", was completely malnourished and could easily be overcome. I knew I had to come up with a way to escape that didn't involve physical confrontation because they could toss me in a van, no problem. So I figure out that I can't call Mark. I can't, all I have is this email address. And so I come up with a way that I call my sister, who is a civilian Scientologist. She's in college in Los Angeles. And because I was not allowed to tell my family that Mark had escaped, she didn't know anything that was going on. So I tell her, hey, how's it going? Can you help me out? Mark's on a special project and I haven't been able to see him for a while. Can you send him a message and ask him to call me at 6:00 tomorrow morning, please, at this number? And she was like, oh, sure, no problem. Because ironically, that had been the case many times that Mark was off on a project and I hadn't seen him for months. So it didn't really raise any red flags. So she did it and sends Mark this email to this address that he had texted me, to this Hotmail. And he gets this message. And I think you knew right away that I was breaking the rules.
I knew because it was from her sister and it was from her sister's email. And it was to this email that I'm the only one who knew I had this email. I've never, ever used this. I think when I first got on the internet, I saw, oh, this is like an independent way I could send emails that is there's no filter. It's not within their system. So I was like, I'll save this for a rainy day. And I still have that account to that day. Scientology stopped sending me spam. Anyway, so when I got the email from her sister, I was like, ooh, clever girl.
She was trying to circumvent.
I knew she was going outside of their system. So, and it was basically call me at 6:00 in the morning. So then I'm like, okay. And it was a different number. So I go, okay, they've changed her phone. and she's giving me her new phone that they don't know I have. And I know that they're going to check the phone records, but it takes several hours for the call log to update to the internet.
This is like Mission Impossible.
Right.
So,
oh wait, that's a Tom Cruise reference. Oh my
I
goodness.
was going to bring it up, but you know.
That's dark
let's
media
do
reference.
Sherlock Holmes. He ain't in that.
That's funny. Okay.
Anyway,
but yeah, so and 6 o'clock in the morning. Also, Mark knows there's nobody around, especially not by this time. I'm in the hole because I refused to divorce Mark. So I'm
And the hole is like what?
In the double wide trailers where the people are monitored, not allowed to leave, punishments, you name it. And I had been in there by this time for 4 months. And I mentioned yesterday when I was talking about Shelley Miscavige that Shelley had told me that because I was in Religious Technology Center, I had foregone the right to leave. Those were her exact words. So now here I am. I've been kicked out of Religious Technology Center. I'm in the hole. My husband has escaped. I'm like, well, guess what? Good thing I'm not in Religious Technology Center anymore. So I'm going to make a break for it.
Okay, wait.
Yep.
Did they put you in the hole before he escaped?
Yes.
Did we talk about that?
Yes.
We did a little bit.
Yesterday or today?
We didn't go into the gory details, but in September of 2000, we did talk about it. In September 2004, David Miscavige made this new personnel policy and implemented it, saying that anyone in Religious Technology Center not married to someone outside of Religious Technology Center has to either divorce their partner or they're out.
This is part of him being the enemy because he was in
sleeping
a different
with the enemy.
part of the organization.
He literally came through our offices in September, and not to be rude or inappropriate, but his direct words to me was, "Get out, you thiety weedy cunt."
Meaning?
That thiety weedy is a word that means that you have an incapacity to confront evil, and you're basically like, it's a Pollyanna type of, that's what he was accusing me of, which I'm many things, but I wouldn't consider myself a Pollyanna type person. Quite the opposite, actually. Anyhow, that's what he said to my face that then resulted in me being put into the hole.
And you lost your job at that point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not before I had to choose Chelsea Graves or Laura Dolan from Religious Technology Center to go and do interrogations on Tom Cruise's staff. Shelley asked me to pick which one of those would be better, and I said Chelsea Graves, and that's who we talked about yesterday. It was at Tom Cruise's house around the time Suri was born.
So what did they have you doing work-wise while you were in the hole?
Oh my goodness. Mainly working on reorganizing the executive assignments.
The postings that Shelley Miscavige did.
But also during that same time was when that famous Tom Cruise video was being done, where he talks about that, he's the only in the black polo. It's quite famous.
Turtleneck.
In the black turtleneck, where he says Scientologists are the only people that could help at an accident, and keeping Scientology working. Anyway, that whole video, we were all working on that video. So I was doing video editing admin, like literally tracking footage and everything to help get that video put together. Even though I know nothing about video editing, still it was all hands. We all had to work on this to get it done. I was working on that during that period. Anyway.
So you were still working for them. Maybe you had lost some privileges. You were in a degrading living situation. You knew you were being punished, but they were still exploiting you.
Correct. Yes, They were exploiting me. I wasn't allowed to go home. And I was expected to, attend meetings with David Miscavige, and all that kind of stuff was still going on, even though I was in the hole.
Okay. Even though you were a thiety weedy C word.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So you had been in the hole 4 or 5 months.
Yes.
Okay.
And so again, circling back.
You get the call.
now Mark's gone, and I'm like, similar to his reaction. I'm like, I've been living through hell all these years, really have no relationship with my family. So why am I putting my family over Mark, who I love and is my husband, when I can't even tell for example, was not even allowed to tell my family that I'd broken my leg and almost wasn't able to walk again by a motorcycle accident I'd had. I couldn't even tell them that. I couldn't tell them anything. I couldn't tell them I was forced to have abortions. They literally knew nothing about my life. They did not even know physically where I worked. They were not even allowed to know that.
Even though they were Scientologists, right?
That's right. Yes. Yes.
Believing Scientologists.
Yes.
Yes. They were believing, cooperating Scientologists who were not allowed to know the physical location of where their daughter worked.
So wild.
Yeah.
Lived and worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I come up with this idea to get a message to Mark. And so I get up early off my office floor out of my sleeping bag, and I go to another building where I won't be overheard. And
was there a mattress? Were you sleeping on a mattress?
No.
Was the sleeping bag on the floor?
Yes.
For months and months?
Mm-hmm. When you get that tired, you're less discerning on what you're sleeping on.
4 hours is 4 hours.
It's just like it is. And I do think that the sleep deprivation and the food deprivation are a huge part of what prevents you from having the mental capacity to even get out of the situation you're in or see out of it. Because when you're literally just struggling to stay awake and in a complete fog of exhaustion, your problem solving skills are, I think, the first thing to go.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I managed to talk to Mark, and of course he's always the, so what's going on? I'm like, I cannot stay here. I'm not going to make it. And he's like, but what about your family? I'm like, let's just call a spade a spade. That ship sailed a long time ago.
Because you weren't allowed to see them.
No, exactly. And I tell him, no, I cannot stay here. I need your help. And he said, oh, well, next time you go home to do your laundry, just call a cab. And I'm like, yeah, about that. I'm not allowed to go home. And he of course says, wow, yeah, things are really, really gotten better, haven't they?
Well, to put it in perspective, her and my sister just a week or so earlier are telling me how everything's going to get better and everything's changing. And I'm just like, yeah, sure.
Likely story.
Took 15 years to get here. I'm sure 1 week to turn it all around makes a lot of sense. And so then now she can't go home. She's sleeping under her desk. I'm like,
I'm asking for his help to get out of there. And he's like, oh yeah, it's so much better. Cause he's just calling bullshit like he loves to do. Anyway. So I say, no, I can't do that because I'm not allowed to go home. And he's like, so what's the plan then? I'm like, well, best I've been able to come up with is I've made up a story that I need contact lenses, which I did wear contact lenses. I still do. But I hadn't run out of them. So, but the only, I knew that some way I had to get a head start off the property because otherwise I was going to fail.
This is like East Berlin or like North Korea.
That's why my book is called Behind the Iron Curtain of Scientology. Because that is literally, once I escaped, that's the only thing I've ever found that's similar to this situation.
The East and West Berlin.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I have nightmares to this day. They've lessened, but even a lot of therapy later, it's tough to live through something like this. And it's, anyway, thank goodness I succeeded though, because otherwise God only knows. Huh?
But how?
Yeah, what happens next? What happens next?
So what happened? Back to the story. Okay. So I tell Mark, I have a contact lens appointment. It's going to be Monday morning, 10:15. So generally speaking, a medical driver would drop staff off at appointments around town and then circle back around to pick them up. So I thought if that happens, then I've got an hour head start and I can get away from them. Okay. So I tell him, well, I have this appointment. This is like 3 or 4 days before that. And he said, okay, good. So get there. And I also knew because of the lag in phone records that I would be able to call a cab early that morning to schedule to be there at the time of my appointment. So that was kind of my rough plan. So he said, okay, great. So do that. Call me when you're in the cab at 10:15, or I'll call you at 10:15 on Monday morning, by which time you should be in the cab, and I'll tell you what to do from there. Because you still didn't completely trust me.
Yeah, I did. I knew that this I could still be being played.
Yeah, you could get abducted.
So I was like, why don't you get free? And then once you're free, then I will tell you what the next step of the plan is. But I'm not going to tell you the plan until you're free.
Yeah.
So if they see, because she has 3 days basically in Scientology, they're very key on behavioral cues. So
indicators, they call it.
Yeah.
Bad indicators and good indicators. So if I show any sign of what's actually going on, they could smoke it out and interrogate me, and which they did actually try. Anyway, so yeah, and meanwhile he's not trusting me. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to escape. I need your help.
I get it.
Come on. But I understood. I did get it. I was like, hey, I ratted him out a few times in my years.
She did. There was many times if I did something that was off the boards.
Not many, just a few.
Yeah,
hey,
a handful.
Judgment. No judgment, Claire. No judgment.
Anyhow, okay.
Wait, how did you not get in trouble for receiving that one phone call that one morning at 6 a.m. when you were in the hole?
Because they overlooked checking my phone records. They didn't realize that. They did at some point.
They asked you
call
about the
me
sister,
on it,
and you had asked if Mark had gone, if they'd heard from me or something like that. When they'd ask you, hey, why'd you end up calling your sister?
Yeah, and I said, well, you guys were trying to get me to get Mark back, so I just called her to ask if she'd heard from Mark. It was we'd been there long enough that even though we were under close scrutiny, you could. Anyway,
you had some credibility.
Yeah, I did. And in fact, the because I'd been in Religious Technology Center and I had the Nextel radio, it was a fact that Shelley and Larice would both still call me because I'd worked close to them. So, for example, one time I went out to call Mark and to tell him something or other one of these conversations that we had, these illicit conversations. I came back in and they said, "Oh, who were you on the phone with?" And I was like, "Oh, that was Shelley. That was COB assistant. That's what I would refer to her as." And they bought it. So it was,
This needs to be a screenplay for a Hollywood movie. I'm serious.
There was a young filmmaker in Los Angeles and an ex-Scientology actress that we know really well. And they actually made a short of the story.
Yeah.
And they mainly condensed it just to Claire's escape.
Yeah. But I do have to tell this one piece leading up to this, because now I've talked to Mark. I have a plan. I have my eye doctor's appointment on Monday. So I just have to make it through the weekend. Well, on Saturday, I get a dispatch addressed to me from David Miscavige, which automatically puts a big old magnifying glass on me, because it's also the communication is about how management is not performing and they're out ethics and we got to do something about this. So at lunchtime on Saturday, I have to get up in front of these 150 people in the hole and read them the riot act, basically, and tell them you're off purpose and you got to get your act together and blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, I'm about to escape. But also I have to provide a credible response to this dispatch. Otherwise, I for sure am going to be being interrogated. If I don't respond and act appropriately, it's going to blow the whole thing. So, yeah. So that happens. Oh, and also it's worth mentioning too that I coincided my eye doctor appointment with a time that I knew David Miscavige was not going to be at the property. He was going to be in Clearwater, Florida at the annual Fort Harrison Gala event, because I knew that they would be, my chances of escaping were better if he was not at that property.
Also, he has a security detail, and most at that time, some of the security guards at the international property were part of that.
We're busy.
So when he leaves the property, the security of the property is now lowered because he's not there, and he's the main reason for the property to have to be secured.
Yeah. So Sunday rolls along, and now I have to get my completed staff work approved to even go to the eye doctor appointment. And I have to get that approved by 4 people. So I write up my little presentation situation. I need new contact lenses, data. I have an appointment on Monday at 10:15. I cannot work without contact lenses. So I have to go do this appointment. I'll make it quick. Solution, approve that I go to said appointment. So when this goes to Jenny Linson, who's the final person to approve me going with the medical staff, she's not having it. And she says, no, you can only go if you have a dedicated security escort who's going to stay with you during the appointment. And literally I'm sitting there going, really? Like that was the only way I was even going to get an hour head start. But I also know if I react and throw a fit or be like, how dare you? Then that's a bad indicator that that's called an animal reaction. That means I have things I'm hiding from them. So I can't even react. So I'm like, okay, all right, I'll go with a dedicated security escort. No problem.
Because you had to have been identified as a flight risk for sure.
Oh, 100%.
For sure. 100%. I mean, yeah. No. And in fact,
I thought there's no way they're going to let her go alone.
No, at one point, even during this 20 days between Mark escaping and me escaping, I mentioned I had lost extreme weight. Well, it got even worse. I just had no appetite. I was nauseated 24/7. They assigned a buddy just to make me go to meals and eat and then bring me back to my office. So yes, I was absolutely a flight risk. It's in their golden rule book of how to stop people from escaping, that when one partner escapes, there's a really good percentage of chance the other one will try to escape too. Anyhow, so Monday morning rolls around. Now I have a person whose sole job is to drive me to the appointment, sit with me during the appointment, and bring me back. And even then, I'm still not certain that security is going to let me off the property, even with the security escort. Like it's still, if I blink,
it's up to them.
If I blink wrong, if I blink wrong or somebody changes their mind about me going to this eye doctor appointment, it still can get shut down.
For sure.
And meanwhile, it's January in Riverside County, so it's a little chilly. So I'm wearing my uniform. I have a duffel coat on, and I've stuffed like a few little belongings into my pockets, like the few little things that I can take with me, like,
change of underwear.
Yeah, change of underwear, my one necklace that I really don't want to part with, and a few other things, and that's it. Everything else I'm leaving behind, including our dog, which was really, really sad. We managed to get him back months later, but that's a story for another day. We get to the gate, make it out. So we're driving to Walmart, which is where my appointment is. And like I said, this staff member, Christy, she's twice the size of me. Her sole job is to stay with me during this appointment. I had that morning, 6 a.m.
But you were also her boss.
I was, yeah. So that's where it's like weird, weird world that we lived in. Anyhow, that morning I'd gone to the same closet and hid in the closet and called a cab, which, even that I had copied. The last time I'd been to my home, like weeks before that, I had tore out a little piece of paper with a cab company number just in case, because,
It's so cinematic. I'm just imagining the actress getting in the closet, whispering, is this yellow cab? I need to
tell them the name that you use, because that's part of it.
Yes. So I'm like, yes, I need to order a cab from Walmart to Riverside bus station. But then I'm like, but how much is that? Because I only have $180 cash. That's it. I have no credit card, no debit card. So I'm like, but tell me how much it is. And they say $90. I'm like, and they're like, what's the name? I said, Barbara Smith. It's the best. I know it's terrible. It's very uncreative, but it was the best I could come up with in the moment because I couldn't give them my name. Anyway, that's 6 a.m. So I scheduled the cab. They're like, okay, Walmart will be there. It's $90. So I'll be like, great. I'm not even going to be out of Riverside County and I'm going to be down to $90 left to go somehow. And I had figured out that Mark was in Kansas City by then. I had even tested the waters, by the way, and I called Warren McShane in Religious Technology Center, their big legal executive who to this day is still there. And I said, Warren, I heard that David Miscavige ordered Mark be brought back. I figured out he's with his dad in Kansas City. So is somebody going to get him? And he said, well, we're figuring it out. And that's all the answer I needed. I'm like, they're not going to go get him. That's done. Anyhow. So now we pull up at the Walmart. And it's right on the dot of 10:15. There's the entrance. I look over there. There's the cab. And as it happened, the parking lot was full. So I said, oh, Christy, just let me off right up front. It's my appointment right now. I'll run in ahead to the appointment. I'm playing my cool. She's like, okay. I'm like, because I didn't know. Was I literally going to have to 5K try and beat her to the cab and tussle? Like what was going to happen? I didn't know. So she lets me out of the car right at the first entrance. So I walk in, cool as cucumber, trying to be anyway. Walk, because I didn't want to run, because already in my mind, the private investigators, like you see in the movies, have you seen this woman? Oh, she just ran that way. That's what's going through my head. I was like, just walk as fast as you can. So I walk, climb into the cab. Driver slowly looks over. Barbara Smith. Yep. I'm like, okay. Starts driving.
So the guard didn't see you?
No, she was parking the car.
Okay.
So
okay, got it.
Yeah. So I'm at my appointment while she's parking. So we're not even out of the parking lot yet. And she's buzzing me on the Nextel. Where are you? And so I'm like, well, I had to go to the bathroom. I'll be right there.
Yeah. Yes.
By myself, even 2 minutes,
But she's in the cab when this guy and the cab driver's like, what the hell?
I know. I'm like, this cab driver must think I'm literally loony bin.
Like, you want me to stop? You have to go to the bathroom.
He's just like,
don't pay attention.
Like, go.
Keep going.
It's all good. I'll hold it. Anyway, and now it's 10:15. I'm in the cab. They're already on to me. I'm like, Mark, please call. Like, I need you now more than ever. He calls and he said, okay, look, are you in the cab? I'm like, yes, I'm in the cab. Okay. So, and he's like, so you're heading to Riverside bus station? Yes. Okay. As soon as we're done talking, turn off your phone and do not under any circumstances turn it back on. Like, okay, got it. It's like when you get to the bus station, call me from the payphone. Said, okay, great. Got it. So
because Mark, you were afraid they would follow her to the bus station.
I knew that as soon as they could find out that because they're going to see that she called a cab, they're going to figure out where she can get to with the cab with a certain amount of money. It's too far to go all the way to LAX. That's hundreds of dollars. So it's going to be somewhere nearby. And they always, I know from the blow drills over the years, they always go to the airport. They always go to the motels, hotels, and they go to the bus station. Because the bus station, even to this day, is relatively the cheapest way that you can get a good distance for not a lot of money.
Yeah. I had even honestly envisioned just hiding in some random person's backyard in Hemet until they stopped looking for me. Another thought, I was going to ride my motorcycle through the Rockies to Kansas City and just sleep in the back of movie theaters during the day and then I was like, but would they kick me out of movie theaters if I was sleeping on the floor? Anyway, I got very creative, and that's when I finally was like, I cannot do this without Mark's help. Anyhow, so
that's so wild.
Yeah. So we get to the bus station. I get to the bus station. Cab driver drops me off. First thing I do is I go into the bathroom, take off my uniform pants, unroll my pair of spare pants that I had in my pocket, throw my uniform in the trash, and I go and buy a ticket I call Mark. Yeah. I call Mark.
Wait, uniform?
Yeah, I was still wearing uniform, my Navy pants
okay.
Yeah. And the belt buckle with the Sea Org symbol on it. I threw all of that in the garbage.
Wow.
So I go to a payphone and I call Mark.
No, you could not figure out how to call
No,
me.
we're not to that part yet.
Oh.
Yeah. From there, I did call the payphone because here's what happened. So I call him on the payphone. He says, okay, listen, just this one time you're going to turn on your phone. And I want you to call this number. It's an AV company in Times Square, and ask them it's close to Times Square. Ask them for directions of how to get from Times Square to that company. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, whatever, I'll just do it. And he's like, okay. And then buy a bus ticket.
I bought the bus ticket.
No, not that one. I bought this one.
Okay, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, you're jumping ahead.
Sorry.
He's like, buy a bus ticket from Riverside County to Barstow. Which is like a $20 bus ticket.
And it's the opposite direction of Kansas City.
Yeah. So
you're trying to throw them off on the trail or something?
Yes, I'm trying to make it so they can see in her phone that she called an AV company in New York because I had recently spent time in New York doing AV work at the Scientology facility there. So they would go, oh, he knows somebody there and he's going to get a job at this AV company in New York.
You're throwing them off the trail.
Trying to.
But couldn't her using the phone be a way for them to figure out where she is?
Yes.
Yes. But also the fact that she's getting on a bus going a different direction, maybe closer to the airport or to another place where she can then get a plane. So I'm trying to make it, she's going the wrong way to go to Kansas City. And why is she calling New York, an AV company in New York?
Okay.
Yeah. So again, I was just like, okay, whatever. I'll just do what he says and hopefully it all works out. So I get on the bus, and this time, as I remember, I couldn't put it under a false name because I had to show them my driver's license. So, so I buy that ticket, get on the bus, go to Barstow. Barstow is where I started panicking because I get off and I go to every payphone and none of them accept coins. They all only accept calling cards. And I've never heard of a calling card. I have no idea what it is. And I think that if I ask somebody for a calling card, like, what's a calling card? I think I'm going to be like Starman, like, how do you not know what a calling card is? So I didn't want to do that. Anyway, I panicked. I turn my phone back on and I call Mark because Mark had told me you're going to have a short window. So just make sure you call me right when you get there. So I panicked, turn my phone on, call him. The first thing he says is, what are you doing? Why'd you turn your phone on? I'm like, I told him what happened. He's like, okay, hopefully nothing goes sideways, but here's your ticket. You're coming to Kansas City. It's leaving in 20 minutes. Just go to the counter and they'll print it off for you. I'm like, okay. So we finished that call, but he's like, seriously, do not turn that phone on again. So I turn the phone off, go to the counter to get the ticket. And of course, right at the counter, it's like, we sell calling cards. I'm like, oh. Anyway.
Wait, what does that mean?
Calling card. Like it's just a loaded card that makes a payphone work with something other than coins. It's a silly detail, but you'll understand why it's significant shortly. So I get on the next bus. It leaves at like 1:30 in the afternoon approximately. So now I've been in the wind since 10:15. Now it's 1:30 and haven't even made it out of Riverside County yet. Anyway, this next bus is like a 5-hour stretch to Las Vegas. And in Las Vegas, I have a bus change, a 40-minute layover and then heading out to Kansas City. So by the time we pull into Vegas, it's dark and I'm like, oh my goodness, there's a McDonald's there. Guess what? My $20, I could buy a cheeseburger. I haven't eaten in days. I'm like, that's where my mind is at. So I wait for everybody to get off the bus just because, again, I'm afraid I'm being pursued and everything else. I climb off the bus. I go to put my hand on the door to open, to go into the station, to go out to the McDonald's. Before I even walk in the door, boom, there's 3 staff members there.
No. In Vegas.
In Vegas. Yes. Crossing state lines. We've left California. We're now in Nevada.
This is the trafficking.
And they have now crossed a state border to intercept and recover her back to the property.
And was it the GPS of the phone that they knew you were at a bus?
Yes.
They knew she went to Barstow, and the only bus leaving out of there was going to Vegas.
Wild. Okay.
Yes. So Greg Wilhair, David Miscavige's henchman, 6 foot tall, much bigger than I am. Boom, he's standing right in front of me. And he says, and there's 2 other staff as well. Yeah. And come to find out, there's even more staff outside waiting in a vehicle. So Greg says, you're not doing this. You're coming with us. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's like, so I just walked into the station. I just pushed in because I'm like, I don't, there's every chance that they can physically overcome me and get me into a vehicle. Remember, I said I needed to find a way to escape that didn't involve physical confrontation because I knew I was in no condition to overcome such a situation. Not only that, my entire life had been indoctrination leading up to me failing in this moment, really. So I walked into the bus station. I literally just put my purse on the floor and sat down. And in my mind, I was thinking to myself, well, if they physically try to grab me, I'll just scream and maybe some nice person will take pity on me and call 911. I don't know. I don't really know how the real world works, but that was my hope. And then, so the next 30, 40 minutes was literally just nonstop them going at me. You're destroying your family. You're destroying everything there. And they're like, we know you've been talking to Mark. We know it. So give us his phone number. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure you already have his phone number. I'm not giving it to you. And because I'm like, why would I help them stop me from escaping? Like, why? They call Mark.
So this is the other thing. So when she got to Vegas, I know she has a bus change and she's going to be there for a little bit. So she's supposed to call me now that she knows how freaking calling cards work. She's supposed to use a payphone and call me. She never calls. And the phone, I'm literally pacing on the sidewalk outside my dad's house in the snow, losing my mind because I have the bus timetable and I know she's been there for 15 minutes and she's not calling me, and I'm losing my mind. And the phone rings and it says Greg Wilhair. And I'm like, I literally am screaming out on the sidewalk in the middle of the just nowhere going, oh, anyway, I'm like, yeah. And he's like, we've got Claire. We're taking her back to the property. Just wanted to make sure you know she's not coming. We've got her and we're heading back there now. And I was like, okay. And he was like, you should come back. You need to come back. And I'm like, no, I'm not ever coming back. I'm like, dude, I've slept for like 2 weeks. You guys are insane. That place is insane. You're all insane. I'm never, ever coming back. You got Claire. You got Claire. You're not getting me. I'm never coming back. Forget it. Don't ever call me ever again.
Luckily, they didn't got Claire.
Yeah, but so now I hang up with Greg and
he could have still come after you.
Oh, for sure. Well, we're still in the bus station.
No, I know.
Yeah. While Greg is having this conversation, there's another staff member came in. I'm surrounded by staff. I'm just sitting in the middle of the bus station. in the back of my mind, this little voice is like, I wonder what people think is going on here. But, I literally just had to kind of figuratively plug my ears to get through. And, but Greg comes back from that and tells me, we told Mark that we caught you. You're not coming. He's coming back to the property. They told me he's coming back.
So dark. They're lying to you both independently to try and influence your decisions.
That's right.
And we have to both trust that the plan is still going ahead according, because I can't talk to her and she can't talk to me. And they're being the go-between, telling us that the wrong information to both of us. So she's going back is what they tell me, and that I'm going back is what they're telling her, in order.
And none of it is true. None of it is true. Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm losing my mind on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I think it's nighttime by this time.
Yeah, it is. It's because it's like 6, 7 o'clock at night in Vegas, and you were
in Kansas City,
2 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like 8 o'clock at night. Anyhow, so, again, they tell me my entire family is going to be destroyed. That, and at one point, Greg Wilhair says to me, well, what if David Miscavige were here right now? And I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, duh, he's not. So I exactly planned this so he wouldn't be able to be here to intercept me. Not that he would. I didn't think he would ever go to a bus station. He doesn't do the dirty work himself. He has other people like the Greg Wilhairs of the world do it for him. But I was just like, that's irrelevant. Anyway, so
it's appeal to authority.
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. And actually they have put David Miscavige on the phone with people.
Yes.
To stop them from escaping in the past. And I was aware of that. Either way, he threatens to follow me on the bus. But again, I knew that already, like, even though I wasn't aware of the illegality of crossing state lines in pursuit of somebody in that aspect of human trafficking at that time, I was aware that they wouldn't be allowed to just pursue me endlessly without David Miscavige approving it. And again, he was in Clearwater, Florida, less accessible. It's 3 hours ahead, yada. So he threatens to follow me on the bus. I'm just like biding my time to get on the next bus. And so people start lining up. I'm like, thank God. So I get in line, surrounded by now 4 people, all just going at me, telling me I can't do this. I have to come back, blah, blah, blah. My family, this and this and this. I get on the bus, and huge relief just to have even that little bit of distance between them. Of course, the first thing I do is turn on my phone and call Mark, because obviously they know where I am. So that ship has sailed. So let me at least talk to Mark and make sure he's not coming to me or going back to them or whatever.
So I'm literally pacing up and down the sidewalk in this suburb of Lee Summit, Missouri, outside of Kansas City. And it's her. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? She's like, they tried to intercept me. It was Greg Wilhair and Sharon and whoever the group of people was, all top executives in Scientology. And so I'm like, where are you? And she's like, I'm on the bus. And I'm like, are they on the bus? She's like, no. And I'm like,
surprised they didn't buy tickets and travel with you on the bus.
They threatened that they were going to. But like I said, I knew that they couldn't do that on their own without David Miscavige's approval. And anyway, they absolutely threatened to. And yes, they have done that before. Yeah.
And the only reason that some people are like, why don't you just get on a Southwest flight? Or they have an internal ticket agency within Scientology. So they can access United, Delta, American. They can access all major airlines to book tickets because they fly so many people all over the world that they are a major account with it. Like Scientology has a Sea Org travel agent. He's a Sea Org member that has access to all major ticketing systems.
Not to mention, we had no money. I mean, that was the other piece of it
you said
too.
They can book and cancel
Yeah.
So if Claire had booked on an airline, they could have used their Scientology flight agent to actually cancel her flight.
Yeah. Or
That's
at
right.
least delay it or muck around.
Yeah.
I know that we know for a fact, I suspected they could do that. We found out they could do that a few years later when we were helping somebody else escape. So either way, I knew it was much harder for them to do that within the Greyhound system because it's a much lower tech
pedestrian
setup for it compared. Anyway, so
I
she's now
get on the bus. I call Mark,
and I tell her, they told me you were going back, and she's like, they told me you were going back, and I'm like, I was so mad that I almost destroyed my phone. That's how just angry, physically angry I was. And I was just like, I almost threw my phone against the concrete that I was so upset that they intercepted you. We were this close.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she's like, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm going to stay on the bus. They can't get me. I will just stay. She's like, I'll stay on the bus for all the rest of the stops. If I see them, I'm not even getting off the bus. Like, I'm just going to get there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then
did you ever get your McDonald's?
No. I did not.
Man, no cheeseburger?
No cheeseburger for me.
Oh my gosh.
It's all right. I had already been starving for months at that point. What was a few more hours, right?
So at that point, we know that they know where she's going. They know where I am. They have my phone number. They basically know the whole plan, but they didn't follow her in Vegas. It's basically like, we're good because they're not going to come.
But your question about the cheeseburger reminded me that was another thing that they tried. They're like, okay, well, let's just talk about this. Let's go get a meal and realize I'm literally starving. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to sit right here in the bus station.
Yeah. But withholding food and sleep and water is a interrogation technique.
It's another lever they can always pull if they need it.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Anyway, so we finally make it on the bus. Mark and I talk and I tell him they did threaten to follow me on the bus, but I don't think it doesn't look like they're coming on the bus. But obviously I didn't know that for sure until we pulled out of the station. And so we agree, okay, every single station from the rest of the distance, I'll just make sure there's nobody there. If there's nobody there, then I'll get off and call. But now for sure, no more calls. Turn off the phone. It's done. Obviously they know where I'm going. So there is, of course, already the chance that they'll try something more, but hopefully not. Anyway, a day and a half later, I think. So this was
don't
Monday.
Ever try to escape anywhere on a Greyhound. It's like, it's like a slow burn. I had the timetables. And so for every few hours for the next day and a half, I would be like setting alarms so that I would be like, oh, she's about to get to the next place. Let's make sure she got to the next place. And it would literally, I want to say, every 2 or 3 hours, it was a new place, 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 from Vegas all the way to the downtown Kansas City bus station. And so a day and a half later, this whole time.
Oh yeah. So Monday afternoon, early afternoon is when I left Barstow, and I think I got there Tuesday night.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I tell my dad's there in Kansas City. He worked for IBM as a technician, traveling, doing Walmart upgrades and bank upgrades, and just would replace all their computer systems. And I tell him, Claire's coming. And so he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, is that okay if she comes and stays here as well until we kind of figure out what? He's like, absolutely, no problem. And so I'm like, okay. And then when the whole Greg Wilhair thing happened, I basically came storming in the house, and he's like, what happened? And I'm like, they got her. And he's like, what? And I'm like, they got her in Las Vegas. She got caught. And he's like, they tracked her all the way to Vegas. And I said, yes, they just told me that she's on their way back. And I'm just like, oh my God. Anyway, so she calls, and then I come back in and I'm like, she's on the bus. And so he's like, now what? I'm like, she's going to get here tomorrow night. I got to go can I borrow your car and go pick her up tomorrow night? He's like, absolutely.
Yeah. And I will comment that it was so, everything about this situation was something I never imagined would ever be possible. And it was kind of funny because the stark difference of, just interacting with people in the real world on a Greyhound bus was so starkly different from the life I had just escaped from, the single mom with her little baby and this girl and da, da, da. And it's like, and I just kept my head down, like, I'm going to get there. And yeah, so by the next night, I didn't sleep at all. I was just way too wired and didn't ever get my McDonald's cheeseburger, but still made it through to that bus station, and there was Marc waiting for me.
I want to see that hug.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It was literally like it was I want to say one of the most like exhilarating moments of my life that I finally got out of there, and I've been sleeping, I've been eating, I've been working, I'm now fixing computers. I'm making $50 an hour just fixing people's personal computers. I'm making more in an hour than I was making in a week if we got paid. And people are nice. And in the Sea organization, they indoctrinate you that everybody in the outside world, they're drug addicts, they're criminals, they're prostitutes, they're degenerates.
And not only that, but if we were to ever leave, we would completely fail and would be flipping burgers for the rest of our life. And the sad part is it got to the point where, first of all, I love making burgers. Second of all, you know what? If I flip burgers for the rest of my life, that's going to beat this mess completely. This is utter misery. But it's funny because yes, that was the best hug ever. But then it was like, okay, let's go to Denny's. I'm like, yeah, we need to talk. Like, what's up with leaving me behind? Like, I got to clear the air on this for real.
And I was sort of like, you're here, ain't you? Like, it all worked out perfectly.
I was like, dude, but what, man, you couldn't even tell me. He was like, well, I tried, I was like, yes, you did call me and ask me to come home. And, and again, I have to be realistic that it was such a terrifying prospect that I don't know that I wouldn't have ratted him out in that moment.
Can I tell you, just to kind of draw a parallel, I've met many, many, many Mormon couples who were married who both lost their faith, but didn't tell the other and went years not believing, afraid to tell their spouse that they no longer believed.
Yes, 100%. We've had families, we've had many people tell us they've done that exact same thing.
Yeah. We had a family that the mother had read my book on Kindle. The father had bought the book and kept it a secret. And one of them found the Kindle and saw that they'd bought the book, and they were like, what the hell? And the wife was like, I read this book and that we got to get out. This place is crazy. And he was like, I'm glad you told me. I read the book 3 months ago and I've been trying to figure out how you told it. And then they were like, what are we going to do about the kids? They had teenagers, and they told the kids, hey, listen, we're thinking about leaving Scientology. And the kids are like, oh, we've been reading stuff on the internet for years. We've been waiting for you guys to finally figure it out. And the whole family had decided that they didn't want to be in Scientology, but none of them could tell each other because they would think they would rat each other out.
And I'm just saying it doesn't have to be as severe as your situation. I'm reminded of this concept that I learned from, I think his name is Marty Seligman, but it's called learned helplessness. If you put a dog, and I'm going to get this wrong, but you put a dog, and surround it with like an electric fence or whatever, tries to leave, gets shocked, tries to leave, he gets shocked. Eventually you could take off the collar and take the fence away, and the dog stays there.
Yes.
So you don't have to put someone in prison to put shackles on their brain so they feel like they can't leave.
Yes.
Yeah. And that
exactly.
and that was one of the most interesting things to me when Lawrence Wright wrote Going Clear.
Yeah.
Because it's called Going Clear, the Prison of Belief.
Yeah.
That is the tagline for the book title. So that is a very, very apt description of Scientology.
So what a gripping story. Brooke and I were on our edge of our seats the whole time. So thank you for sharing. Have you ever told that story that fully and completely?
No.
We were just talking about that. We've, because as we've mentioned, we've done a lot of things, but we've never like sat down blow by blow, and of course there's a lot more details, which I'm covering in my book, but we went into it in enough detail
and
that
it is legitimately covered in excruciating detail in my book. Pretty much everything we went to and a little bit more, but.
Well, thank you for the honor of allowing us to make an audio visual record of that story where both of you could contribute. So that was powerful. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I want to pause on your story for just a second because were there any, I want to kind of go back in time to while you were still at Scientology, headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember any defections of high level members and or celebrities while you were working at the headquarters? And do you want to talk about how the organization thought about or talked about or dealt with defectors who successfully made it out and then were starting to speak openly, or had none of that happened yet? Or do you not have any stories?
Yeah, no, we do. I certainly do. Like there had been a number of people. So Jan Sims is somebody who comes to mind. That's the lady who was very close friends with Shelley Miscavige. Jesse Prince is another person who had worked with Hubbard and had been in Religious Technology Center in the 80s. But the story that was presented to us, first of all, there was very limited information. And we would only ever be told, oh, this person's now an enemy. Never told what they're saying specifically, never allowed access to see what they're saying. Just that they're suppressive now and therefore they're bad people. And, it was very much information control of they've escaped and they're enemies and never to be seen or spoken of again type of approach. That's my answer.
Yeah. And there were many times. There was one individual that I remember in particular. His name was Jeff Walker. And he was a very, very high level technical trained Scientology executive who had actually worked with L. Ron Hubbard. And he had captain rank. And they have another thing that's called right arm rank, which means that he not only was he a captain, but he actually had right arm rank, which means he is a captain that can captain an actual sea vessel, and that he was trained on the Apollo by L. Ron Hubbard. And he was what was called the Senior Case Supervisor International. So he was in charge of all Scientology technology and training internationally, and he escaped. And he was brought back. They did track him down and brought him back. And he became the deputy de-weeding IC. So he was one of the top executives in Scientology. After escaping and brought back, he was in the grounds department of Golden Era Productions, and his job was to pull weeds. But David Miscavige wouldn't let it be at that. He was the deputy of the de-weeders. So he wasn't even the top de-weeder. He was the third string de-weeder. And that's the sort of thing that would happen if you did escape and you were brought back. It was never, oh, you just go back to work. So when they were singing that song to me, I was like, oh, I was there for 15 years. This has never happened in the history of the international headquarters where somebody escapes and then they just go back to work when they get back.
And do you think he was abducted, or do you think he believed them that they were going to maybe treat him better when he decided to come back? Or did he just miss it and came back thinking he would be forgiven?
I don't know the circumstances of his recovery, but he was a disgruntled person the entire time. Before he left, he wasn't the nicest guy in the world, but he had status.
Yeah.
When he came back, he was just an angry asshole that had no status.
I guess I'm wondering why he came back.
I don't know.
I think it had to do with his wife and family.
That is true. He did have a wife named Sue that worked at the property. And even when he was in grounds.
And a daughter.
Oh, I didn't know about the daughter.
Sherry
who?
Moorhead.
Is Jeff Walker's daughter?
Well, Sue's daughter. I don't know for sure that they're the same parents, but either way,
know this.
That's why I'm saying it's control and leverage. Like, even Mike Rinder has talked about that he stayed years beyond, or several years beyond, what he would have otherwise done in hopes of saving his wife and his daughter. You talked about that too, that you stayed.
Well, yeah, I stayed because of you. But either way, I don't know.
I just say a parallel, like so many Mormons stay because they don't want to leave their spouse or children behind.
Yes.
And hide or lie. We call it PIMO, physically in, mentally out.
Yeah. In Scientology, they call that under the radar. So you're not in Scientology, but you fly below the radar if you're doing anything that's not supposed to be done, so that you don't pop up and they know about it.
And then cut you off from your family. There are so many people that reach out to us that are like that. They're like, this is happening, but I'm under the radar because I don't want to lose my children, which of course, who wants to lose their children, you know?
Yeah. And, again, that sort of dynamic still exists even when people aren't in prison. You know what I mean? Because there's physically, incarcerating you or your family, and then there's mental chains incarcerating you or your family. Yeah. And if you can, you want to escape with your family. Totally. So sometimes you stay in. Yeah. Often. Yes. Often.
Yes.
You stay in.
And I want to say, for the 15 years that I worked at the headquarters, I would say at least 100 people escaped. And there was a large percentage of those people that you wouldn't see them for a while. And then even sometimes they'd get brought back, but they'd be segregated. There was an area of the property called Old Gilman House. The man who used to run Old Gilman, who used to run the hot springs of Gilman Hot Springs, he had a house on the property, and they turned that house into what was called isolation. So if you were sick, or if you were under security watch, you would stay there because that's where all of the security force lived. So you would basically be in a room with all of the off-duty security guards sleeping in their room with them. So if you get up, they're going to be like, hey, where are you going? Yeah. And I slept in that room with them many a time.
Yeah. In some cases, if they had a high-value target who was trying to escape, like an executive or someone who had information, they would even put them in a room and have a security guard sleep right outside the room, so they couldn't even physically get out if they tried.
Yeah. Okay. And that's fascinating and dark and terrible. It should be illegal. This organization should be defunct. But anyway,
yes,
I digress. So
we're with you on that.
Okay.
We share your sentiment.
No, this is beyond anything. This should invalidate this behavior, and this history should invalidate in a sane world. This organization is extinguished.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's to me, when I got it out into the real world and I started telling my story, that was the general response. Every time I would say something, they're like, wait a minute, they opened your mail? Oh yeah. Wait a minute, you had to call your family with someone on the phone? Every single thing is like, that's so super illegal.
But instead, they're given tax breaks, which allows them to grow at a faster rate than a normal business. They're given religious protections where they don't have to be transparent in their finances, and they are basically above the reach of law enforcement, judges, or police.
That's right.
The people outside of Scientology are subsidizing Scientology. Your taxpayer, you're paying for this.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay.
It's insanity.
So trying to dig a little deeper with the original question, like there's Leah Remini, there's Mike Rinder, Chris Shelton, well-known oppositional apostates, subversive people that have left. Did all them leave after y'all left?
Yes.
So none of the really high profile go on TV junkets, publish a memoir. When did Going Clear, Lawrence Wright's Going Clear come out?
Approximately 2014, I want to say.
Oh, so that's 10 years after,
Yes.
10-ish years after y'all left. Okay.
Marty Rathbun had got out somewhere around when we got out.
He got out a few months. He got out, I think you want to say he left in September.
But I've never heard of him. So if I've never heard of him,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember.
He was on Going Clear. He's was a top executive who was then speaking out, but then they got him back in.
But I didn't read the book. I saw the documentary.
Yes.
Which comes out years after the book.
Right.
Yeah. And that was nearly a decade after we had escaped. So up until we escaped, as far as I know, up until we escaped and I wrote my book in 2009, there had never been another person. There'd been other Scientologists who'd written books, but there had never been a Sea Org member, and especially from the international headquarters, that had left and written about it and released this information into the wild. The only person that ever did, who really did sort of inspire me to speak out, was the gentleman that she mentioned earlier, Jesse Prince. When he left, he joined forces with some very influential and wealthy suppressives who were suing Scientology in Clearwater, and he joined their ranks. But before that, he had even posted on the internet, it is impossible for them to fine you for violating your NDA on telling anything that was illegal that happened. An NDA cannot protect them from you going to law enforcement about illegal activities. That's a loophole in the NDA. So I knew as long as I was talking about and telling about the illegal things that happened and the human trafficking and the abuse, there's nothing they can do. They can't. We signed NDAs when we were there that said any confidential information or operational information, $50,000 for every instance. Well, we've given about 1,000 instances and nothing has ever happened.
And that's relevant. The Mormon Church now does make its employees sign NDAs, and or it holds their pensions in the minds of the employees or retirees, holds their pensions hostage, where people who leave the church as employee and are retired are worried that if they speak up, their retirements will be taken away.
Which is also possibly illegal.
Right. Oh, no, I know.
Yeah.
And also, what did I sign an NDA? What could the church come after me for? So this is relevant in a Mormon context as well.
For sure.
And also in the Scientology context, we never get copies of any agreements or paperwork we signed. Yeah. We don't have a lawyer to review it. And almost all of the time, it's just everybody has to sign this, and you just go to the legal office and they say, "Where's my thing?" And they go, "Oh, it's already ready for you." You sign your name and you walk out. Okay. You don't even read the thing.
Okay. So y'all weren't able to really see the Leah Remini, Mike Rinder, Going Clear kind of in real time. Like, I'm just imagining the room when Lawrence Wright publishes Going Clear, and you would have been in the room, Claire, with David and Shelley Miscavige, maybe when the book comes out, and what bricks he might have passed, so to speak.
Right. Completely.
The only thing that we knew was that there was a big legal case in Florida.
Yeah, legal stuff.
For this woman, Lisa McPherson, who died in their Clearwater facility. And then they brought her to a hospital, and after
she'd been held there for 17 days and deprived of food and nutrition, and
she wasn't a Sea Org member. She was a paying Scientologist who went psychotic, and then she became a liability. And so they locked her up, and they did this program, which is called the introspection rundown, which doesn't allow anybody to speak with her or for her to have any physical contact or verbal contact with anybody until she unwinds from the state that she's in. And she eventually fell ill and she passed away. And instead of taking her to the hospital when she was almost dead, that was right next to where they were, they drove her to a further away hospital where a Scientology doctor worked. And by the time she got there, she had passed. So there was a lawsuit involving that. And David Miscavige was embroiled in that for many, many years. And he let everybody know that this was our fault. And the whole reason this is happening is because people are doing stupid, even though behind the scenes, he was the one who was personally recommending what this individual woman was doing. And his actions were essentially what did her in.
So I have bad news for you guys.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking about Brigham Young and the Mountain Meadows Massacre, which was where, a bunch of Mormons in southern Utah massacred over 100 men, women, and children who were just pioneers traveling through to go to California from Arkansas, right? Big scandal. Brigham Young, I'm sure it was a huge headache. There were investigations. Once an organization becomes rich and powerful enough, they become, number one, more and more able to escape any liability, because by the time you have good enough lawyers and enough money, anytime you're sued, you either win or you just settle, pay them off and silence them. So the legal channels have less and less of a potential to really impact you. And then once you get in enough trouble, you start cleaning up your act, like Mormons getting rid of their polygamy over time. Took them a long time, took them decades or half a century, depending on how you're counting. But eventually the Mormons got rid of the polygamy, didn't commit any more massacres that we know of, right? And slowly assimilated and became, Mormons are now the Osmonds and Steve Young and David Archuleta, like Secret Lives, whatever. And all of a sudden the image gets better, the behavior cleans up. And the sleight of hand the church does is it gets fabulously wealthy in the meantime. And then you just add $3 billion growing at 7% a year. And, in 100 years, Scientology is $1 trillion church with very few members.
Yeah. And
right. So I don't mean to be sad, but that's how these things are working.
Yeah.
That's how we've
the issue is that Scientology is not cleaning up their act. They're still pursuing critics or anyone exposing their abuses, whistleblowers like us, using their tax-exempt dollars with hate websites. Their practice of fair game is alive and well. So they're not cleaning up their act.
But remember, this is just three nerds sharing.
Yes.
Like the Mormon Church denounced polygamy in 1890, said, we're not doing it anymore, federal government, world, all the membership, no more polygamy. We want to become a state, and we want you to stop putting us in jail. Guess what? Can you guess?
They kept doing it.
For another 30 years, they were secretly practicing polygamy, getting caught, getting their hands slapped. They issued two manifestos, and there was actually almost like a third quasi-manifesto, and it took 30 years. But eventually, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. They just realized we can make all this money and we can have way better PR if we just stop doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
And just quietly invest that money and grow the money.
And that's a fair point, except that their practice of fair game, though they canceled it in, I think, the 70s.
Well, they canceled the issue.
The one issue,
that says we do fair game. They said the issue has been canceled, but within the thing that canceled it, they say, this does not change the way we treat suppressive persons. We're just canceling the issue because it's bad PR to have an issue.
That's right. So the practice of fair game is a whole body of written works.
And guess what? Several Mormons, prophets, seers, and revelators, 5, 6, 7 of them all said polygamy is eternal doctrine. It will never be taken from the earth, and you can't even be exalted without it. So just trust me. Things that are written as scripture, known by the entire membership as like unchangeable. Guess what?
It changed.
They can change. Maybe not. Maybe David Miscavige will totally run the whole organization into the ground.
Yeah, hopefully he does.
I don't mean to take your hope away.
We're banking on that. He's already on the rocks, and we're just waiting for everybody to get out.
We'll see. We'll see. Life is long.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go kind of in a slightly different direction. So, okay, you told a really fascinating story yesterday at dinner about how Scientology keeps judges and policemen in their pockets.
Yeah.
And the whole, it's almost like the California legal system in 2025 has been bent to protect Scientology.
Yeah.
Do you guys care? Because that is a mind-blowing little bit of a story.
It's absolutely should be talked about because it is a pattern. We discussed that. So our lawsuit we filed in 2009, and it included labor law violations, forced abortion, human trafficking, etc. The big law firm that was representing Scientology in that lawsuit was Proskauer Rose, I think it was called, and Mark Marmoreau specifically was Religious Technology Center's attorney. He did my depositions. And
representing Scientology.
And David Miscavige.
Representing Religious Technology Center. Scientology is made up of multiple corporations. So I worked for CSI, Church of Scientology International, and the DBA as Golden Era Productions.
And that's all liability management, risk management.
Exactly.
Correct. Yeah, very complex.
Yeah.
Cutouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the attorney that did my deposition, within months after that, he became a Supreme Court judge for the state of California. And recently, Leah Remini put out an article on her Substack outlining that another attorney, more recently, I can't remember his name, William Foreman. Yeah, William Foreman, who was involved in multiple Scientology cases, is now a judge as well.
And so there's, correlation is not always causation. It could be that them working for Scientology helped them become Supreme Court justices. It could be Scientology pays for the best possible lawyers who inevitably are going to become Supreme Court justices.
Exactly.
So I don't know if you're trying to suggest one or the other, but it kind of, maybe it doesn't matter because they get a Scientology friendly justice at some point in the Supreme Court of California.
Yeah, it really just illustrates their intent and strategy to have connections and influential people. Of course, technically that judge then can't rule in any Scientology case. So it's whatever the outcome is, it's more than just a coincidence is really the sole sum up of the point.
And in terms of the Clearwater Police Department and the Los Angeles Police Department, we had mentioned in the last video that they hold these conventions every year. They have 7 of these. Many of them take place in Los Angeles or Clearwater. And whenever they do that, they close off all the streets around their events. So protesters are not allowed to get close to the event. And in order to enforce that, they hire off-duty police officers in uniform. And in Los Angeles, they bring their motorcycle and they're in uniform, but they're there as security for Scientology. Even though they're in uniform, LAPD uniform, they're not on the clock. They're doing security.
How can they wear their official uniform while they're getting privately paid?
Because the way it works is in Los Angeles, when you have a film shoot, if you have a nonprofit corporation, you can pull a permit for a sidewalk, walk and talk, or shut down a lane or any of this. The only fee is if you shut down a lane, you have to just pay a cone company to drop off some barricades and some cones. But if you're just closing off all the sidewalks, all you need is a police officer. And so as part of the permit process, you can say how many police officers you want as part of your filming permit. So whenever they have one of these events, they pull a filming permit. They block off all the streets and the intersections so protesters can't get in. But you're talking about, for a Los Angeles event, you could have anywhere from 15 to 25 LAPD officers that are getting paid $75 an hour. That's just right to them. It's not going through anybody. It's going straight into their pocket. And they're there for 2 days. All day, shifts. They're running them in shifts.
So that's $1,000. Let's just say.
And let's say you have 7 of those a year. That's a sizable amount of
$7,000.
Yeah, but concurrent to that, they're also Scientology making significant donations to LAPD associated foundations for $25,000 here and $50,000 here. And So, and even we know somebody who even raised objection to one of their foundations accepting a $25,000 donation, and that was overruled. The objection was overruled. So, they use their money to influence people. However that pans out and comes to be, that is what's going on. And it's a very intentional strategy.
No, seriously, going clear. I'm sorry. I just watched Breaking Bad, and the gangster warlord Gustavo Fring was best friends, donating all the time to the police department, to the Federation of Police Officers, whatever.
They're
It's
his
smart.
chicken restaurant.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Wild.
It's not far from the truth. It's not far from reality. What actually goes on behind the scenes.
And so then, connect the dots for us. So then, someone's trying to escape. They call the police show up. How does potentially that money, those donations, those security, how does that affect law enforcement?
Yeah. Well, there was one other thing that I just remembered when you were saying that, which is when I was on the night shift for many years at the Ant Base, or if I just happened to be there in the middle of the night or very, very early in the morning, many times the CHP, California Highway Patrol, or local PD would be parked in front of the Int Base, in front of the security booth, and the security guards had bought dozens of donuts. And when they would come by, they would stop there, and the security guards and the police would hang out and eat donuts right in front of the base. So you also don't know, if you try to escape and the police get called, if it's that guy, if it's Donut Dave who shows up to the call, you don't know that he's going to be like, hey, let me give you a ride into town, and he's just going to take you right back to the property. You don't know.
This is mobs. This is like Godfather, New York Police Department mob stuff.
Yeah. And also Golden Era Productions, they had a golf course, which is called the Golden Era Golf Course, right next to the property. And every year, several times a year, they do fundraisers for San Jacinto or Hemet or the police department. And they would basically donate the golf course for their event. And then they'd invite any celebrities that Scientology could throw in. They'd throw them some money. So it's called, in Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard calls it safe pointing, to basically lock up all of your local politicians and city council. The other thing, which is kind of crazy, which is whenever there was a local election, there's 800 people there. There are foreign nationals, but there's several hundred voters on that one single property, one address that has several hundred voters. If you're talking about a Hemet election or a Riverside County election or a San Jacinto election, and you've got 100 votes or 300 votes, that's a win or lose on a town council member or a whatever the Riverside County commissioner office or whatever's happening, police chief. So we would get printed list, and it would say, this candidate is for psychiatry. So that means that's code for you ain't voting for him. And they'd have a whole list of all the candidates, and you get basically a voter cheat sheet, and it would say, this guy's for Scientology, this guy's for Scientology or psychiatry. This guy likes Scientology education programs. So then you go, that's my guy. So and we were all, this is the craziest thing.
I was still a foreign national, so I didn't get to vote, but that's how I personally know they hold foreign nationals' passports, because they had mine in lockup.
Yeah, but when they would have the elections,
and Mormon mission presidents hold the passports of the missionaries when they're in foreign countries.
Wow.
So it's that's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
for missionaries.
For a missionary. Yeah,
and
no, I get it.
All Sea Org members that travel that have passports, the legal director has everyone's passports. Unless you're getting on a plane going to another country, you don't have your passport.
And the church would say they do it because missionaries might get stolen, they might get lost.
Same exact thing.
But also, if they want to leave, it just they can't.
They do the same thing in Scientology. It's a legal rudiment that they need to have all the documents in the files, but yet fact is,
Yeah.
if said person needs their passport to get out of there, they're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to say about the voter thing is that the voting booth for the town was in the lobby of Golden Era Productions. They set it up so people would drive onto the property that lived in the zip code or whatever and vote there.
Wow.
But then that guaranteed that all of the voters on that property would be able to vote in that election. And the city council or whoever knows, oh, if I get these guys, I just locked up all those votes because it's on their property. They're going to make their people vote there. So,
and of course, if the voting booth is not on that property, there's no way those 400 staff who don't have cars or any other means of voting are going to be voting.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, two things. In 2025, I mean, all of that is the way Scientology got around the prior law that religions couldn't tell their members how to vote.
mhm.
In 2025, that's been lifted.
Yeah.
And in 2025, it's now permissible for religions to tell their members how to vote.
Yeah.
So they don't even have to.
They don't have to play
masquerade
around.
it.
They
Yeah.
just do whatever they want.
That's welcome to 2025.
yeah.
Okay, the other thing I was going to say is, again, parallel. Joseph Smith got in huge trouble in both Missouri and Illinois because he was using the large concentration of Mormons to negotiate with different political parties to try and extort them, basically to give his people favors and benefits.
Mhm.
And he crossed too many politicians and too many parties too many times. And they say that was part of what contributed to his ultimate death, was he just played that card once too often and ended up pissing off both sides.
Makes sense. Scientology absolutely does the same thing. They were using, David Miscavige was using Tom Cruise to wield influence with the Department of Education to allow L. Ron Hubbard's study technology into multiple schools.
The other thing I want to say is that when Scientology gained IRS tax exemption in 1993, Bill Clinton wrote a letter of support, and it was displayed on all of the screens at the event. It was at the Los Angeles Sports Arena, rest in peace, Sports Arena, that played on all the screens. And it was like, well, thank you for all your contributions to helping society. We're so proud that you finally have your exemption and da-da-da-da-da-da, Bill Clinton. And you're just like,
That's
wow.
true.
And they play. It doesn't matter if you're blue or red. If you can help Scientology, we'll figure out how to put you to use.
Though I will say,
I love you, David.
Yeah,
I love you, David.
But I have to let me tell the other Bill Clinton story.
oh, okay, then don't let me forget to.
No, go ahead.
Talk
We'll go
about-
back and forth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so relevant though, because just because Bill Clinton gave that letter does not mean he knows that it was in support of Scientology. For example, earlier this year, there was a situation where a city in Colorado had declared May 9th as Dianetics Day, which is a Scientology day. And we were alerted to this by some friends of ours. So we scheduled a meeting with the mayor of that city to educate him on this abusive organization known as Scientology. And he was very willing to sit down with us and explain to us that the way the information was presented, he had no idea that this was in support of Scientology, and they immediately revoked it.
So Clinton could have been fooled, you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or it could have been lower level staff that did that.
Or however that came about. The only reason I told that was so I could tell this other thing, which was Oprah had a birthday party. Oprah Winfrey had a birthday party. Well, everybody knows she is a big lover of a John Travolta and a Tom Cruise couch jump. And so
And Elvis Presley,
yeah. But David Miscavige got to go to her birthday party because of the connection through Dave and through John Travolta and Tom Cruise, who I don't know if Tom was there, but I do know that John Travolta was there. But Missy Elliott, there was a laundry list of celebrities that were at this thing, one of which was Bill Clinton. He went to this birthday party and it was widely kind of going around the Sea Org whisper web that David Miscavige met Bill Clinton at this birthday party. And
This was like 2004, right?
I wanna say it was in
2003,
the
2004.
I wanna say it was in the
yeah,
2000s.
just for context.
Anyway, a Sea Org member was in an elevator with David Miscavige, and this is David Miscavige telling this story. He goes, yeah, this guy asked me, is it true you met Bill Clinton? And David Miscavige goes, no, that's not what happened. Bill Clinton met me. That's David Miscavige in a nutshell.
Yeah. And just because it's fun, another reason why the Mormon Church is 100x, Scientology, is because we're not just dealing in county or city or state elections. Like, we own a state.
Yeah.
We have a theocracy in Utah.
Yeah.
And we also have heavy control and influence over Arizona, and Idaho, and we have a pretty significant influence over California, believe it or not.
Wow.
A lot of wealthy donors and members, but also influential attorneys and judges,
movers and shakers.
Yeah. And it's a different thing. You know how, like, this is going to be a terrible analogy. People are going to get really mad at me, but you know how, like, Al-Qaeda was able to do a lot more once they had Afghanistan kind of under their control. If you have an entire U.S. state under your control, which means you have 2 senators completely under your thumb, 4 U.S. congressmen completely under your thumb. They even had the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, from Nevada, was the Senate Majority Leader for a decade? I don't know. Like, that's one big difference between why the Mormon Church in some ways out-cult Scientology. I mean, there's so many ways where y'all out-cult us, and I'll admit that. But we out-cult you because we're a nicer organization. You said it, not me. Because we're a nicer cult, we can have Mitt Romney as the nominee for the Republican Party for president. We can have Harry Reid as the Senate Majority Leader for the United States Senate. We can have entire senators and congressmen who, because we're a little bit nicer, they'll get voted into office.
Yeah.
And we control a state and have heavy influence in several other states.
Yeah.
And that's something Miscavige hasn't figured out how to do.
Well, I'm gonna break your heart a little now. They have just recently, within the past decade, I told you about Bob Duggan, this billionaire guy. Well, he divorced his wife, and I suspect that he may be sort of straying from Scientology. That kind of is the impression that I get. But his wife is all in, and she's on the board of the new JFK Center. She is one of the biggest donors to.
What's the JFK Center?
It's the place
Space Center.
No, and it's in Washington D.C.
Oh, yeah.
The Kennedy Center.
The Kennedy Center.
Oh, the entertainment.
Yes.
Okay.
She's on the new board of the new Kennedy Center that's been appointed by the new president.
Okay.
And she is also one of the largest donors to the current sitting president's campaign. So, and he acknowledged her on stage at major events, and maybe even when he won, he acknowledged her.
And let's be clear. We're not saying because we mentioned Bill Clinton that Democrats and Scientology are in bed. And we're not saying because we just kind of indirectly mentioned Trump that Republicans and Scientology are in bed.
That's right.
What I learned from Enron is that wealthy corporations donate to both parties.
Yes.
And they gain influence and control over both parties.
And it's about influence and control, not about one party or the other.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other thing is that Pam Bondi has done events at Scientology's facility in Clearwater.
Oh, wow. That's the current
Attorney General?
Yes.
Attorney
General.
Okay,
so she has done events with them when she was I want to say she was the AG for Florida. And they became very cozy with her over the past decade. And so they have people where they have people. They're working it. Like I said, David Miscavige is fascinated with how the Mormons are doing it. So everything they're doing, he's trying to do.
He's just like 100 years behind.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're working it, and they are a bipartisan cult. They don't care who's doing what. They're going to try to, and also David Miscavige is also trying to play the long game more and more. So this Pam Bondi thing, it really worked out for them because They brought her in years and years ago, and it just so happened that everything lined up. And now she's basically the main cop that's if they're going to get lit up, she's going to have to sign off on it. And they got her where they might have helped her to get to where she's at along the way.
And if there are FBI investigations or, DOJ or IRS investigations, once you're in the cabinet, you might have influence.
Yeah, which we should mention that for many years, from 2010, for a few years, we were, both Claire and I, we were confidential informants for the FBI. And we saw drone footage of Scientology properties. We had multiple hours and hours and hours of meeting with agents. And even those agents told us, do not call our office. Do not talk to anybody else. Do not speak to anyone in the FBI besides us.
Meaning maybe they had been infiltrated.
They knew. They had people. They told us.
They were absolutely worried that the word was going to get out on that investigation.
And it did.
It did.
And can I blow your mind one more time?
Yeah.
The Mormon Church doesn't have to infiltrate the CIA or the State Department or the FBI, because this is what Mormons tell each other, because Mormon missionaries learn to obey, learn discipline, don't drink, don't smoke, don't sleep around. They're heavily recruited into the CIA, the FBI,
oh my gosh,
and the State Department.
Wow.
So they don't have to proactively plan to infiltrate.
They just do.
They are recruited because they're Mormon.
That's mind-boggling.
Wild.
That's true.
Yeah. See, Scientology's missionaries are recruited into the Sea Organization, not into the FBI or the CIA, because, and again, goes back to L. Ron Hubbard's paranoia. Actually, if you've had high security clearance or worked for a government organization, it's a disqualification for the Sea Organization.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, I don't even know how much we have left, but.
No, I've got questions.
Okay, good.
Okay, go for it.
If y'all are all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
So y'all both leave. You both get out. Congratulations. It sounds like that wasn't fist bump. It sounds like that wasn't the end. Do you want to talk briefly about the extent to which they tracked? You mentioned this at dinner yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that, here are the things we can talk about. There's the lawsuit you guys sued them about.
Mm-hmm. There's
the one where you sued them. There's the abuser guy lawsuit that y'all were involved with as witnesses.
Danny Masterson.
That's something we could talk about.
Yep.
Sure.
Also, the harassment that you received, the surveillance and the harassment after you left. I totally want to talk about that.
Okay.
And then also there's the foundation and the work you're doing to help other people. So we've got, y'all have to go to the airport. We've got about 45 minutes.
Totally.
Yep. Perfect.
Help me manage the time so we cover at least all that and anything else y'all want to cover.
Yes, absolutely. Well, so let's start on speaking out and the fair game and attacks.
Fair gaming.
Yeah, fair game.
Okay. Marc
started posting on the internet within a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, within a year of our escape. And factor in, of course, yes, we made it out. That was the first day of the rest of our lives, our first days of freedom and everything else. Our focus was on getting on our feet, getting a place to live, getting clothes, getting all of those things.
Getting a job.
So jobs.
Eating a cheeseburger.
Yeah, exactly.
We've eaten those cheeseburgers right now.
In fact, the first job I got was 3 days after that escape. And we always tell this very quickly, but I went in for the job interview. Marc was waiting outside. It was as a waitress at a pizza restaurant, like whatever, I'll do anything.
Wow.
And so I go in, they interview me. They say, great, you can start on Monday. I go back out to the car. I'm like, I got the job. And Marc says, amazing. That's great. How much are they going to pay you? And I'm like, I forgot to ask.
It didn't matter.
It did not matter at all. It did not matter. Anyhow, so Marc starts posting on the internet. I was trepidatious. I didn't even know in the beginning, but I quickly, he was like, and I said, well, we each have to do our have our path to recovery in this. So if you feel you need to do that, it's okay. I was terrified,
But
having
I was
grown up in
also
it.
posting on the internet under a pseudonym. So I wasn't using my real name. I was going to try to kind of keep it going as long as I could before they knew who it was. And so I posted under the name Blown for Good.
Okay.
And that is where that
The
came
book
from. That
title.
was just my handle
Got it.
on the ex-Scientology forums.
Nice.
Blown for Good, aka BFG.
Yes.
Not to be confused with Big Friendly Giant.
Yeah. Big freaking giant. That's a Roald Dahl book, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
it
also
is.
a gun in the game Doom, and it is a big effing gun.
Right. That's right. I remember that.
Yes. So, so originally we were in Kansas City, and but very quickly within 4 or 5 months, you should tell this part.
Yeah. Within a few months of leaving, I started to look up other members that I knew on the internet who had left. And I reached out to 1 or 2 different people and I didn't hear anything. And then after maybe a month or so, I got an email from somebody and they basically said, "Hey, you're out." And I was like, "Yeah." And they had told me that this individual had left and he went to visit his family in Las Vegas and he gained like 400 pounds and he was doing drugs and hiring hookers and all these things. So
just like they would tell us of any members who got out and were able to escape.
No, it's the abuse. It's the abuser's technique of saying you're nothing without me. You won't survive without me.
Yes.
So the only stories we would hear of people that did escape is how they basically failed and are miserable and they're a degenerate criminal now.
Because there's no way to leave a cult with your dignity intact.
Yep.
Exactly. And nothing good happens from abandoning your belief and your
Covenant.
loyalty to the cult.
Mormons call it the covenant path. You made a covenant, so you've abandoned your free agency at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, he tells me, we get to speaking and he says he's out. He works in Los Angeles now and he could get me a job at a company that he's basically consulting for and that I could make like $2,500 a week. And I'm like, wow, I'm doing pretty good on the computer repair, but that is a considerable bump, monthly bump to be making. You know, this is 6 months after I escaped. Maybe April. No, even April-ish. We left in January. This is about April.
Because you were there for your birthday. So
Yeah.
April. So not even 4 months. Like I'd been out just 3 months by then. We had just managed to get our belongings back from Scientology by this point.
Yeah.
Which anyway, they gave us a 60-page inventory of all of our belongings. Like, no joke, half a bottle of shampoo. Anyway, so Mark gets.
I get this job. I move back to LA and we're going to basically see if this works out. And if it does, then we're going to set up in LA. Like if it pans out and it's a real thing, I'm going to go for a few months, see if I can do the job, see how it works. And so it does end up working out. I do end up doing this job, getting paid very, very well. And so we decide we're going to move back to Los Angeles, to the belly of the beast, because the money it's sort of like, I don't know that we can pass this up, even though we're doing good. It's just, we know LA, we have some connections. That's where her family lives.
Yeah. And we're still in the process of building our life from absolutely nothing. Like we didn't have a car. We'd never, Mark's dad had to co-sign with us to even be able to rent an apartment because we had no credit, which we thought, well, what's wrong with that? At least we don't have bad credit. No. No credit is worse than bad credit.
Basically, every time we tried to buy a car or we tried to get an apartment, we would give them our info and they would be like, "That's weird. You don't have any credit. There's no record of you as a person existing in the credit system," because we'd never had credit cards. We'd never bought anything on credit. So,
and we even asked a car salesman at one point, we're like, "So no credit, that's not a problem, right?" He's like, no, that makes it look like you're drug dealers. And we were like, "Oh, Didn't know that.
Yeah. And we told them, yeah, our parents always encourage us to use cash for everything. And they're like, yeah, that was bad advice.
I just have to say, you've got to be incredibly grateful to your dad.
Oh yeah. My dad is literally the only reason that if we didn't have him, this whole thing would not have worked at all. And he actually ended up moving in with us, and we supported him and took care of him when he ended up getting lung cancer and then brain cancer. And he actually passed away at the end of 2019. But he basically, from 2011 through 2019, he spent tons and tons of time with us. He got to meet all 3 of his grandchildren, which were his only grandchildren that he was able to have contact with. My sister and my mother have both since been kicked out of the Sea organization, but they are still Scientologists. So he hasn't met my sister's children. And my mom was not allowed to talk with him. She actually told her family that if she spoke with my dad, Claire, or myself, that she would be risking the future eternity of all mankind by speaking with us. And so even now her family are like, she is batshit crazy. She thinks talking to Bernie is going to wreck the universe.
Who was never in Scientology.
Yeah.
The only thing he ever did was be there for us when we escaped.
So, but yeah, we are very grateful to my father.
And just the lesson for those of you who are in other high demand religions or cults that I take away is that 1-800 line. You don't never give up on someone.
Completely.
But also don't, there's some out there that want to do interventions where they're like, okay, let's basically kidnap the person and try and shake them into getting them out.
Right.
Or go ahead. You're shaking.
Yeah,
You're
no.
already shaking your no.
And on the contrary, very often those types of measures and approaches backfire and actually end up driving the person further in. We've seen it many times through the work we do with the foundation and when we were still in, where we would hear of a Sea Org member whose family tried to do an intervention. And not only did it fail, but it ended up driving the person in for longer than they would have otherwise stayed.
And then they weren't even allowed to contact that person at all. So maybe they could write letters back and forth, or maybe they could talk on the phone every few months. Now they have no contact with that person and they are no longer a resource for them.
Yeah.
And I guess if somebody goes to that measure, if they're worrying that they're going to become Shelley Miscavige and in the hole for the rest of their life, I can see why they would think a dramatic intervention could work or might be the only chance. And maybe occasionally that's actually worked, but also as you're kind of doing your calculus, what I think your dad did that was amazing is he maintained some sort of a relationship with you, made himself feel safe to you, so that when you could arrive at your own time in your own way, you knew he would be there for you.
Yeah.
That seems like not necessarily the right answer in all situations, but a really sound strategy for many, which is make them feel like you're safe. Don't create the backfire effect. Make them feel like you love them and are just there to support them when they're ready.
That's right. Just be there, be a safe space that they can go to.
Is that right?
That's exactly
It's
correct.
absolutely right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And we work with law enforcement agencies to educate them so that in the event or a situation where somebody is concerned that their loved one is going to become a Shelley Miscavige, then great. Let's get a welfare check done and make sure that the responding law enforcement understand that they need to have a one-on-one conversation, no handlers present. They need to look and see, is the person nourished? Are they sleeping? Ask educated questions if there is a sincere concern that the person is being held against their will.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to be ham-fisted about it, Mormons, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about your believing spouse, your believing parents, your believing kids, believing friends. Don't be so obnoxious in your zeal to, take people out that you, number one, push them farther in and or make them feel unsafe with you so that you eliminate any chance you have at influencing them once they come around.
Yeah. The other thing that we try to do is we try not to focus on the beliefs of Scientology, but the actions of Scientology. So it's okay with me if you believe that you're infested with space cooties. It's okay with me if you believe L. Ron Hubbard is the Messiah or he's created all this wonderful technology. I don't care about that. If you feel like you're being held prisoner and you feel that you're not in a safe space and you're being cut off from family or deprived of sleep or food or personal rights that you are entitled to, then you should get out of that situation. And then if you decide once you get into the real world, if you don't want to continue to be a Scientologist, that's your own thing. That's a totally separate matter than it's not a matter of believing. It's a matter of, are you a prisoner? Are you free to be a human?
Yeah.
Well, let's fix that first. And then we can sort out what you believe in after you get to a good place.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to rabbit hole.
It's all good.
No,
Okay.
It's relevant.
Yeah. Okay. So you're grateful for your dad, both of you. That's cool. You were able to have a happy ending. That's going to work well in the screenplay for your movie. Kind of touching.
Would have been better than me getting caught and never seen or heard from again, right?
And him never reconnecting with his dad.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the move to LA,
So I start posting stuff on the internet as Blown for Good. And now I know I'm posting the stories that we've told today. A lot of the things that happen at the base, pretty much everything that's in my book, I did post some version or a snippet of that on the internet.
Where?
It was on a forum called Operation Clambake, which was a very, very popular site for ex-Scientologists and Scientologists under the radar. And it comes from some L. Ron Hubbard thing.
It's from one of L. Ron Hubbard's books where he talks about clams on the whole
like
track.
Humans are descendants of clams.
So this is totally wild because now I'm paralleling because I lose my faith in 2001, but I'm still in the church and I'm working at Microsoft. Facebook hasn't been invented yet. Instagram doesn't exist. YouTube doesn't exist. Podcasts don't exist. But it's past the AOL, bulletin board chat groups.
Yep.
So forums, these internet forums that really no longer exist.
Yeah.
Between 2000 and 2005 were like the main way I communicated with people. So I'm going through my process now at the exact same time.
Totally.
You're going through yours.
So 2005 into 2006, I'm posting. And during that time, there's all kinds of coincidences and things happening where we basically suspect very strongly.
We started to clue in that they were not going to leave us alone and that we were being watched. And because I remember our first son was born in February 2006. So leading up to his birth, I was spending more time at home. And I remember mentioning to Mark, I was like, man, there's this creepy old man who walks by our house at the same time every day with this big old clunking, like old style radio. I'm like, I don't know. I think they're watching us. And Mark's like, no, it's okay. They're not. But then, things started to add up that we were like, no, there's definitely there. And
she was pregnant. So I was basically trying to be like, don't worry, don't sweat it.
And I was also like, the opposite is true.
You're being emotional.
No, I'm actually not being emotional. I think I'm being very logical.
Anyway, so basically over the course of a few years, we start getting connected up with other people that worked at the property with us that have now, and it actually turned out in 2005, there was sort of a major exodus of people that escaped or they did something and they got kicked out and they were all from this property. Jeff Hawkins.
And this included Shelley Miscavige's half-sister.
Yep. Oh, that's the other thing. So when we got a house in Burbank, California, and we were renting a house from a guy who actually was a vendor that used to sell software to Scientology. And he was a great ally of ours. And he was an amazing guy. Shout out to Sean. And
never in Scientology.
Never in Scientology.
Yeah.
But he had a guest house, it was basically like a converted garage that was made into a little apartment. And Shelley Miscavige's sister had gotten kicked out in 2005. And we ended up reconnecting with her, and she lived in our guest house. So we got to hear all kinds of Shelley information that we never had access to, because we never really would find out the personal things about Shelley, just the business or the Sea Org side of things. And her father, Shelley Miscavige's father, would come and visit her sister at our house. And I became very, very good friends with him. And I eventually hired him as my handyman, because I saw that he was basically broke, and he had cancer, and he was a roofing guy, and he was a very old guy, and he was working like a 60-hour week and trying to support a bunch of people that weren't related to. It was a horrible scene, and he wasn't being supported at all from Dave and Shelley, not a penny. They would send him L. Ron Hubbard lectures for his birthday instead of just giving him a bundle of cash that he needed.
Mhm.
And so I started hiring him to do things at my business. And basically, here we are. We've got Shelley's sister and her father coming and going from our house. We don't know this at the time, but there's private investigators watching our house 24/7, but they don't know who this old guy is. Nobody knows. Well, at some point, somebody from the Office of Special Affairs, which is the
spy wing,
the successor to the Guardian's office that does all the Scientology's dirty tricks.
Yes, exactly.
Somehow one of their top people ends up coming to our house to watch the house, to see for herself who's coming and going. And she knows who Shelley's Miscavige's father is. And as soon as he starts showing up, things get very exciting very quick.
And to be fair, the reason she showed up is because we helped break out somebody who worked very, very closely with David Miscavige for years. From the outside, we got a line in and broke them out. So we were, from the get-go, we were doing everything we could to help people get out.
It's the first time that we know of, besides a couple, that somebody was able to activate a spy, get not a Scientologist, onto their property to deliver a phone in a box of gloves to the exact person that we needed the phone to go to. And we basically got that person out of the headquarters. We broke her out in a tactical planned operation that involved multiple vehicles and decoys and everything.
Yeah.
And when we did that, and it was somebody that was very, very closely connected to David Miscavige.
Yeah. And to your point, by the way, the reason the phone was critical was so that there would be an open communication line by which she could say, yes, I'm happy here, or no, I want to get out. And the latter is what she said, which is where we helped her get out. There was no convincing. It was like, no, I'm ready. I'm being held. I want to escape. And she did.
I just want to say that, in Mormonism, the absolute worst state of a soul is someone who believed. I think we mentioned this yesterday, someone who believed and then forsake their beliefs. They're called sons of perdition in Mormonism, and they don't go to the lowest degree of heaven. They go to a place called outer darkness, where eternity they're weeping and wailing and gnashing their teeth. It's the Mormon equivalent of hell.
Yep.
Hitler doesn't go there. Rapists and pedophiles don't go there. The only people that go there are people that once believed and then, apostatized. And the only reason I make that point, that the enemy from within the walls is always more dangerous than the enemy without. And
it's so wild that you're saying that, because what did they call it? Eternal darkness?
Outer darkness.
Outer darkness.
Outer darkness.
In Scientology, it's called you went to the dark side. They use the Star Wars analogy, and they say, oh no, he went to the dark side. And that is how they say. They say if somebody left and they're they've turned enemy or they've turned suppressive. They say they're either an SP or they turn to the dark side.
But it makes sense why I'm excommunicated, why so many of my public spokespeople, podcasters, YouTubers are excommunicated, why we're so dangerous, because we have insider information. We can explain this to the public. We gather other people together. We help form communities and networks. We are super dangerous.
Well,
yes,
I was just
completely.
about
And
to
that has always been Scientology's objection with Mark, especially, and me by
Proxy.
association. Yeah, because we've always brought people together. They don't want former Scientologists talking to each other, comparing notes, or like, hey, do you have nightmares? Yes. To a one, every person we've ever asked that question, they say yes, they have had nightmares. But you reminded me too that Hubbard has a policy where he says if someone's a suppressive person or, you expel them, you always leave the door open just a crack to give them one last chance, except if they escape from the headquarters where we worked. Then Hubbard's dictate was you bolt it shut and do not ever open it, not even a crack.
And you weld it with an atomic branding iron. That's what he said. That's how door gets shut when you turn to the dark side. It's done.
But also there's the fair game. It's not like it's done.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
Okay. So,
Yeah, exactly.
So what ended up
Good
happening
point.
was we started helping people. We did help people escape, but we also helped former members that they had either thrown out or who had escaped. We started to create a loose-knit group of individuals that we would figure out how to help that person get a job. We would get them a car. We would help them how to get a bank account. We'd show them how to get a good credit score, like get a Macy's card and put $200 on it and just pay off the bill, or get a debit card that's a pay-as-you-go card, all these different things to basically help them survive and be a support group for them, because in a lot of cases, their family was still in Scientology, or they didn't have the knowledge or the resources to be able to kind of get their life going again. So for many, many years, we didn't have a foundation or we didn't have donors. We just had Headley Savings and Loan that would basically finance helping people that had escaped, that really just needed some direction and a champion to make it so that they could then, succeed and make some money and be able to pay their bills and be able to get an apartment or whatever it was that they needed help with. We were there for them. And that is when we started gathering. We used to have these things, we would call them SP parties, and we'd invite everybody to a restaurant or our house or Thanksgiving or Christmas. And for many years, that was sort of our new family, was all of the other people that had escaped or had been kicked out, or however they ended up getting to the outside world. If we knew them at the international headquarters, we considered them part of the family.
Yeah. The only issue there was that some of those people were spies and were reporting back to Office of Special Affairs as to who was there, who we were meeting up with, and what we were doing.
Yeah. We even got, when Mike Rinder escaped in 2007, he left with a thumb drive, and he at the time was doing operations for David Miscavige and relaying and communicating back from the Office of Special Affairs, people that were being investigated or people that private investigators were following. And there would be like daily reports and summary reports that would come from Los Angeles. They would go through Mike Rinder, and then he would forward them to David Miscavige. And when he left and we got those files, we basically got an entire year's worth of documents up, because it was basically up until Mike left in 2007. So from basically 2006 to when Mike left, we got to see every person who was spying, their reports that they gave to their handlers at the Office of Special Affairs, and then what Office of Special Affairs was reporting up to David Miscavige.
And that's where we learned that they had our phone lines tapped. They were doing special trash collections.
They would get our garbage,
monitoring who we were
single
talking
week.
to. They even were getting caught. They had a way to get copies of every fax we sent.
Well, they were
at the
digging
time.
them out of the garbage.
Yeah, well, but they also had phone records, not just like who we called, but summaries of the conversations.
Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah.
And then that's when we found out that a bunch of people within our friend circle, at one point, I think I had a birthday party in 2006, and I think we counted up that there was maybe, 25, 30 people there, maybe 25. There was 7 people that were there, and they knew that they were there to kind of watch and see what was going on, and that they would report back to the Office of Special Affairs. And one of the individuals had even volunteered that if I was out in the back running the barbecue, that while I was doing that and cooking all the burgers and dogs and wings and all that, that he would go through my office and see as much stuff as he could get through while I was outside, basically entertaining all the people that were at the party.
And what's laughable is, let's not forget, we're talking about $1 billion cult, and we're just 2 people that have left and just trying to start our lives over with a newborn baby and everything else. And they have 7 people spying on us.
That's the other reason when people say, well, doesn't Scientology have millions of members and this, and they've got all these billions of dollars? Okay, maybe they do have the billions now. They do not have the membership. If you had 1 million people in Scientology, why would you be worried about 2x members? If you have 20,000 members and you've got 2 people that are poisoning all of these people into
not poisoning,
well,
sharing the truth and
to
educating. Exactly.
But from Scientology's view,
yeah,
you've got a loose group of people that are maybe influencing hundreds of people. That's a huge deal when you've got 20,000.
Well, let me just be clear. The Mormon Church has 4 or 5 million active members, but they hire staff. They have what's called the Strengthening the Members Committee, which is an organization that keeps files on all people that speak openly on the internet or newspapers. They save clippings, they save blog posts, they save podcast episodes, all in a big file. You guys are.
We have in our legal case.
Yeah.
In our depositions, they had bankers boxes and I want to say 10 bankers boxes.
They had printed out copies of anything Marc had ever posted on the internet.
No, they have that. They had a file on me. It's called the Strengthening Members Committee. And they have volunteers that help collect all that information and submit it to church headquarters. But they also have employees. We've met employees that have left the church's employ, who their full-time job was to track people like me every single day. What did he post on Facebook? Screenshot. What did he post on Instagram? What did he post on? So the Mormon Church is doing this too, even, with 4 million members.
In the Scientology community, we call it Facebook police. They have people on Facebook, volunteers, and you said, the Sea Org members.
Yeah.
They go to your Facebook profile and they look at every single profile of every friend that you have.
Yeah.
And every friend that they have, and they triangulate everything.
I would say maybe it's even because of Scientology that Facebook made it so you could hide the friend list. I'm half joking, but in the early days you couldn't hide who was on your friend list. Now anyone who's under the radar, that's the first thing they do is hide who they're friends with.
And also Mormon Church employees and apologists infiltrate groups, private groups that you're a member of.
Same exact thing.
Yeah, completely.
To monitor what's being said and to turn people in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And cause, at least in Scientology, in the former Scientology community, there's efforts to cause dissension amongst the former Scientology community to cause division.
Oh, we have that big time.
So like what you mentioned.
In other words, my biggest enemies are ex-Mormons, so oftentimes not believing or active Mormons.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I believe, I have to wonder if some of that dissent and animosity is stoked.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, we've seen it many times. The Office of Special Affairs creates dead agent packs. That's what it's called, where they'll put together all the documents about Marc or about me to show it to my mother or other members who I was friends with, to show them, oh, look, see, this is all the bad things that we've collected, and therefore I'm dead to them, to minimize any power or influence I might have. But when you see statements and lines from those dead agent packs being spread in the former Scientology community, you have to wonder and go, well, if they're saying the same things, then that's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning, Mark, just because for the sake of time, I want to make sure we get this in. They've, as far as you know, they've contacted clients of yours.
Oh, 100%.
To try and get clients to fire you as, you know, right?
Yeah, both Claire and I operate our own companies that we're moderately successful. We support our families easily with it.
You bought dinner last night.
Yeah, I did. I did buy dinner.
We've worked really, really hard to build up our, a successful.
Much to my chagrin, you bought dinner.
Mark's sneaky that way.
Yeah. This is within the last few years. This has become we've had instances where we've almost gotten projects, or we've been invited to participate in projects that were setups that if we had gone through and done the project, they'd figure out a way to basically throw us under the bus, and it would cost us, or we'd have to sue, or we wouldn't get paid, or whatever it is. But more recently, within the past few years, they have been directly contacting my clients and former clients and sending them these dead agent information, either pictures or factoids or PDFs or whatever, basically saying I'm a horrible person.
You got drunk once.
I got drunk in 2005 and passed out on Hollywood Boulevard on my birthday. And
he's a drunkard.
He's a horrible person. And so it's a lot of people ask me, well, then why don't you sue them for defamation? And it circles all the way back to they are very proficient and have the resources and wealth to participate in lawfare to the end of time. I can't do that. I don't have millions and millions of dollars to spend on attorneys to then only it just dead end somewhere, because unfortunately for me, and I don't think I've ever shared this publicly, but in a lot of instances where they have sent an email to my clients, I end up getting more work from that client because now they know the other side of my life. And in a lot of instances, my clients, the clients that I work with, they know me. When we do a project, we are sometimes working with that client for maybe a year or two before we do the job, and then many months and months after we do the project, and we're there on site for many weeks or months. So they get to know me as a working person, a professional relationship, but then they find out about all this, and then they read my book or they watch our videos or whatever, and now they're like, dude, we want to get you back there just so we can ask you all kinds of crazy stuff about Scientology. And we do end up sometimes get more work. So it's a horrible thing to have your business world being contacted by this cult and talking smack about you. Unfortunately for Scientology, and to be fair, I don't know of all of the people they've contacted, so I don't know if it's gone sideways for some people, just because I don't usually, we do a job and then we usually don't hear from those people again. It just so happens that the people that they have contacted, that we know they've contacted, in a lot of instances, we've done additional work or future work with those people.
And those are the people that have told us.
Yeah.
That they were contacted, and they're always shocked and surprised, like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
But it takes mental resilience to know that there's always people trying to take you down, always trying to smear your name. And anytime, someone declines an offer or something doesn't work out that you think should, is it because they've been told something? What do they know? What have they been told? Who's working? And then to not just give up and say, I'm defeated, but to keep moving forward takes a particular level of resilience and consternation or grit or,
in our case, every time these things happen, we take it as a sign that our work to help people get out is important and meaningful and needs to continue. That's just how we always approach it. Of, obviously they don't like what we're doing, so let's keep getting people out and helping people start over.
Yeah. And in regards to the hate sites and the tweets and all the nonsense they put out about us, I don't remember where I heard it, but I remember somebody talking. It was a very similar situation, like I think in regards to the internet and social media. Why should you care about somebody who talks shit about you that doesn't care about you? They don't have your best interests in mind or in heart. So why should you care that they're saying bad things about you? It's basically irrelevant. It's horrible and it sucks, but it's sort of like they're not my people, and I don't care what they say. They're gonna say bad things. I know that. So it's I can't control it. So it's not productive for me to worry about it, because I have no way of changing it. Yeah, so
it's acceptance.
It is what it is.
But also, it's one thing if it's just their opinions about you.
Yeah.
It's another thing if they're tampering with your livelihood.
Yeah.
But still, either way, you got to just keep moving forward.
Exactly.
And I'm happy to know y'all are doing okay.
Yeah. We basically for many years, it was sort of hit or miss on if we were going to be able to come out of the other side of this okay. And I would say within the past 5 or 6 years, we just soldiered on. And now we are at a place where we are confident that there's not a lot that they can do that we can't weather and we can't make it through.
Let's take a minute just to talk about the kind of like rebuilding, and that there's hope and joy afterwards. Do y'all just want to paint a picture of how, your family and how you've done work to heal and grow, that kind of thing?
Sure.
Yep, absolutely. So yes, it's been years of hard work, but every day absolutely is a joy that I'm personally grateful for. And just having the freedom to set our own course and set our own goals and set on what do we want to do? What are we passionate about? What are we good at? Both Mark and I have built successful companies, and in addition to having the opportunity to have 3 boys, it's been an amazing journey. Personally, my road to recovery has included therapy, reading books, learning about other people's experiences and parallels. 2 weeks before my oldest son graduated high school, I got my GED, mainly on the principle that I wanted him to know we do consider schooling very important. And of course, not that I haven't done other studies too, but I'm always very passionate to let people know that it is never too late to change the course of your life. It's just a matter of your perspective and your drive to do it.
Yeah. One of the other things I think helped me a lot is when we do help other people, and we find somebody that contacts us, or even before we had the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation, I sort of talked about how we had this loose group of people and we'd help people get cars. And so we have been doing this since 2006 on our own. So the fact that when the Leah Remini Scientology in the Aftermath TV show came out, that really sort of started telling the stories of a lot of these people that were at those early SP parties. Amy Scobie, Matt Pesh, Jeff Hawkins, all these ex-Sea Org members, Mike Rinder, they then started telling their stories, and then they were given a voice. And so that we could help more and more people like that, that sort of makes it worthwhile to us that we're doing the right thing, because now these people have got their families and they have grandchildren they've now met. And it's sort of, not only were we able to achieve that for ourselves, but we're trying to, as much as we can, help other people that escape or leave or are wayward people that don't know what to do in life. If we can help them, and we also have a store that's called the SP shop, the suppressive person
You're
shop.
embracing SP.
We
Yes.
love
Reclaiming.
SPs. And we also, I am also a huge Lord Xenu fan. He's one of my favorite guys. I hang out with him. I have t-shirts that say Xenu is my homeboy. I've got all kinds of merch at the Blown for Good website. But one of the things that we do is we sell these things. When you're in Scientology and you achieve the state of clear, you get given a bracelet, and it's called a clear bracelet. And it has, it says clear, and it has a number, and you're assigned the number of clear. I don't know what number they're up to. I think they're in the tens of thousands or 100,000 or something in the 50 year or the 70 years that they've been giving these things out. Well, we sell in the SP shop, we sell SP bracelets. And just
because we always say the only power in their labels that they have over you is the power you give them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're an SP and you've been declared a suppressive, hey, show your colors.
Yeah, let's embrace
represent.
it. Let's do this.
Another thing that we did just this last Christmas, I think, is when we started doing them. Was it
Yes.
this Christmas or the Christmas before?
Within the last
sometime
year
before
or so,
Christmas. The Sea Org is like a Navy. It's David Miscavige's fake Navy. So one of the things that we also sell in the SP shop is we have the Captain Davy dolls or the fake Navy doll. And these this is a life-size David Miscavige doll. But we sell these, I think they're like $20, and they're a good cat toy, dog toy. They have a little Velcro.
And all of the proceeds from the SP shop benefit the work of the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation.
Yeah. So we brought you a couple of those for you. So you have your own little fake Navy Davy doll now.
There you
I
go.
love it.
We also call him Capital Chucklesworth and all kinds of other fun names. There's about 8 different listings for the same doll on the
Isn't there
SP
some
shop.
Santa Christmas tradition? where
Yes,
it's
Elf on the Shelf.
Elf on the Shelf. He is the exact same. It's life-size David Miscavige, but he is the same size as an Elf on the Shelf doll.
Yeah.
And that is actually a pretty accurate Sea Org captain uniform that he's wearing. And
we're very dedicated to bringing humor to the world
Yeah,
and exposing the
blonde? Is
dangerous,
David
abusive
Miscavige
cult of
blonde?
Scientology. What's that?
Is he blonde? Is David
Ish.
Miscavige-
Yeah.
ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Like-
it's not really David Miscavige. It's a guy named Fake Navy Davy
Yeah.
or Captain Chucklesworth. But the other thing, and also in the Sea Org, I should say for accuracy, they don't have the star collar or the little elf hat. That is not an actual official Sea Org uniform style.
But the captain bars and the insignia,
The epaulets,
that is all true.
true. That's legit.
Good look there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I don't know.
Anyway, but all of the proceeds from the SP shop, they all go to the Aftermath Foundation to help people that are either trying to rebuild their lives, or we have helped a number of people get out of the Sea organization.
And I would like to say too, so since that's a really good look, I'm going to have trouble keeping a straight face.
I was worried about giving him the doll that he might take it the wrong way.
Well, I don't know what you're talking
Totally
about.
going with
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Oh, this is hilarious. So
I got one for you as well.
Yes, there we go. We also brought you SP bracelets too.
I was
by the
going to
way.
ask for an SP.
Yes.
Yes, we brought you SP
very
bracelets
definitely.
as well.
But so the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation, Mark and I have both been volunteer members since its inception. I now serve as the president. We have built up so many great programs, career counseling to help former members identify transferable skills. We have education grants. We have an online support group now. And of course, we help with emergency costs when someone is just getting out so that they can get emergency housing, transportation, etc., while they reconnect with the outside world, reconnect with their family and loved ones on the outside. So it is incredibly meaningful work that we could not do without the support of the many people who support the work and our donors.
What do you think, Davy?
I like it.
Oh, yeah?
I like it a lot.
How'd I do?
Is
Am I
this
good
the
with
most comedic episode we've done in a while?
Marky's like, Marky's texting
how
me,
did I
"Cut it
do on
out.
keeping my
Cut it out."
countenance straight there?
We try. That is another thing that I personally feel that is valuable in all of this kind of work. This is not a uplifting subject most of the time. It's very depressing. There's a lot of I don't like to use the term, but there's a lot of trauma drama, and there's a lot of just destruction in the wake of Scientology. And we
there's a lot of truth in the statement that hurt people. And we're, in whatever form it takes, we are just committed to continuing to do this work of exposing despite the hardship.
And we don't want to make it depressing, and we don't want it to be a grind. We want to be like, hey, we're doing what we're doing, and we're trying to help people, and we're trying to also have a laugh while we're doing it.
Yeah.
So
love it. Really quickly, I don't want y'all to miss your plane, but Mark, you wanted to make sure I asked about rebuilding marriage and parenting under a new paradigm. And it's probably rude for me to even ask you, knowing you have to leave soon, but
No, not at all. Not at all.
When we first got out and we went to the bus station and we got to Kansas City to my dad's house, and we're there in a house in the middle of Kansas City. And Claire says to me, hey, I was thinking of making dinner. And I was like, really? What are you going to make? She's like, I was going to make spaghetti bolognese. And I looked at her and I went, you know how to cook? We had been married for 13 years.
Yeah.
And she had never cooked a meal for us.
But so much so Mark didn't even know that I knew how to cook. Because remember, when I was 13, I read Fannie Farmer cookbook cover to cover, and I actually loved cooking. I just had never in 13 years had the opportunity to cook a meal for Mark. It was one of those moments that's really reflective of the situation that we were in. It's like, we have our marriage that started in the first 13 years in that cult. And then it was a lot like starting over. Yeah,
it really was. For the first time, we could actually communicate with each other completely open. For 13 years, we had to keep secrets from each other that we weren't allowed to talk. It was forbidden that we would share thoughts or
and I will say too, that part of that rebuilding was also dismantling the lies that they had put in place, that our marriage was destined to fail on the outside. And we talked about that too. Like, hey, that's, that fear that you have is from them, not from us and our relationship and our trust that is still there and remains intact. So it was a lot of things to work through, but also the overwhelming joy of freedom is helpful in, just, hey, we can do whatever it is we want to do and build whatever life we want to have.
The only other thing I wanted to say was, in Scientology, I did so many different things, and a lot of those did transfer to the real world, whereas Claire's jobs were very Scientology-esque functions, that there was no real transfer or equivalent in the real world. But we did work hard, and we did know that if you work and you do a good job, then you can make a living that way. We knew at least that. And it's funny now looking back that just working all day that's a high bar in this world, because you go into the workplace and the people might be there from 9 to 5, but there's only about 3 or 4 hours worth of work getting done. You bring in somebody that's working 100 hours a week and you just tell them, you only have to work for 8 hours. And if you work for the entire 8 hours, you're an instant rock star in almost any industry that you go into.
Yeah. And I will say it was a shock to the system to adjust, for sure. Like landing in Kansas City, and I would get off work at 4 and we would literally be sitting on the couch like, what do we do now?
Yeah,
this was in the early days of Netflix. We were watching like 2-3 movies a night just because, it was like, hey, we have all this dead time. What do we do? Of course, now, it's not like that.
We also did have 15 years where we didn't see any movies. So even though Netflix didn't have a lot of new movies, it had 15 years worth of movies that we never got to see.
We were trying to make up for our media blackout years too. It was like, but yeah. And then I will say that when we had kids, that for me was a huge shift, because I did not have a good childhood, but I had just kind of shut it away and not ever even considered what I went through or reflected on anything. But the moment we had kids, we both knew we would do anything to protect our kids from Scientology and also to show them unconditional love and raise them in a way and give them opportunities that we never had. And it also, with that, brought some latent anger, I would say, and frustration with my childhood, gaining perspective. Like, would anyone do these things to a 4-year-old child or to a newborn child, or, all those things? So that has been a part of the road to recovery too.
It was interesting when they would reach certain milestones, which coincided with this son turned this age, and it's like, gosh, that's the age I joined the Sea organization. Yeah. And just trying to, in my mind, rationalize, in what universe would I let my child make that decision and not just be like, no way, that's never in a million years going to happen. And then to the point where then the kids are, as our 2 oldest sons are how old we were respectively when we got married.
Yeah.
19 and 17. And it's like, can you believe that we got married when we were 19 and 17? What the actual hell was going on? So I think if anything, we might be erring on the side of too much opportunity and too much of everything that we didn't get. And from everything I've read and seen and watched, and that tends to be kind of the way it goes. If you had a bad childhood, you want to make sure your kids had a good childhood. If you had a really, really good childhood and you think you might have gotten too much, then you try to maybe err the other direction for your kids.
Sometimes you can't overcorrect.
Yeah.
Yes.
And sometimes no matter what you do as a parent,
it is what it is.
It ends up.
Yep.
Yeah. But you do your best.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
And unconditional love, it's hard to feel like there's any other way to go.
Yeah,
exactly. And that's how we've approached the topic of disconnection with our kids. Like, obviously they know that they're both Mark's mom and my mom are not in their lives, but we've said, we call it our family of choice. Our family of choice love you unconditionally, and that's much better. And certainly any person who's under the control of an organization that attempts to destroy those family bonds is not worthy of support.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to say is one of the proudest moments for me as a father was we often struggled with how are we going to tell our kids what happened and what we went through. And one of my sons had to do a book. He had to read a book and write a book report. And he on his own said,
let me insert one thing. The English teacher said, pick a book about a story of survival.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, he got an A. And he read my book and he wrote a book report on my book. And when the teacher was like, what book did you do? He was like, oh, my dad wrote this book. And it just so happened, the teacher also just happened to be a big Depeche Mode fan. And there is a giant Depeche Mode Easter eggs in this book. And that probably didn't hurt his grade either, but he did get an A. But for me, it was sort of like, I didn't tell him, I didn't encourage him, I had nothing to do with it. But the fact that he chose that, and then that I could basically tell him the story the way I've told everybody the story, but he got to read it and experience it in that way. And also for him to be able to, it was part of his education and he got to do that.
He told us that it really helped him understand a lot about us and gain some understanding of who we are, which was incredibly meaningful, especially because, yes, he knew Mark wrote a book, but it's not like we're like, so when are you going to read Dad's book?
Yeah.
We just never approached it that way.
The funny thing is that they happen to just be the packaging crew for these books for years. They've been putting these books into cardboard boxes since 2006, 2009.
They know we're entrepreneurs and they see that side of us. So they've learned various things along the way. They didn't do all the packaging, but they certainly have on occasion.
They've dropped off many a book at the post office.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, I wanted to, if possible, end on that, because I think that's kind of where we're at. We're trying to help people. We're trying to tell our story. We've been doing it kind of on our own for a while. Within the last few years, the Aftermath Foundation, the Michael J. Rinder Aftermath Foundation it's an organization. We have a board, we have volunteers, we have donors, and now it's sort of spreading, and we're now getting, it's not just Headley Savings and Loan anymore. We got other people throwing in on it, and we think it's working.
It's really reassuring to see people getting out and having resources to start over, because obviously we had to escape with nothing and start over from nothing. So that's where that work is just so incredibly meaningful to us.
Wow. Beautiful. And let me predict at least 2 Easter eggs in your book. Is that okay?
Oh, there's way more than that.
Let me predict 2.
Yeah.
Here's the first.
You're going to
grabbing hands, grab all they can.
Well, you're
all
almost
for
there.
Themselves. No,
no,
is that
you're
not there.
Is
that not in your book?
It is, but in it, you'll have to see. You'll have to read.
How about this one? Let's play master and servant.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Master and servant. Yeah, that was it. That made it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll know instantly when you look at it.
All right. Well, Claire and Marc Headley, what a beautiful, powerful 2 days. Y'all are so generous. 12 hours, 11 hours of recording. Who knows? If anybody watches all 11, 12 hours, we'll have a event where we bring you all together and buy you all cheeseburgers.
We'll send them a Davy doll.
We'll send you a Davy doll.
Yeah, we do actually. Every time we do a video once a week on our channel, on the Blown for Good channel, and pretty much every single episode we do a giveaway. And just this last week, we have switched over to exclusively giving away Davy dolls, and we gave away 3 Davy dolls last week. So
yes,
all you have to do is comment on one of our videos when we're doing a live, and you're entered in to win a Davy doll. So
subscribe to their channel, Blown for Good. Buy the book, Blown for Good. Buy the merch. Get yourselves a Davy doll and a bracelet.
SP bracelet. spshop.com.
Donate to the foundation. Subscribe and like all the stuff. Foundation again.
Oh, yes. The aftermathfoundation.org, and the YouTube channel is the Aftermath Foundation.
All right. Beautiful. Well, thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Let's collab some more.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Very definitely.
Let's change the world.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all you do for so many people.
That is the other thing. David Miscavige is going to lose his mind knowing that the ex-Scientologists are teaming up with the ex-Mormons. That is going to ruin his day.
It's destined for success.
No, what he's going to do is he's going to watch this and get all sorts of good ideas about how he can make Scientology a $300 billion.
Well, this is another trick. As long as we say he should do it, he can never do it, because then we're right and he's wrong.
He can't he cannot take orders from a suppressive person. So yeah.
You know what? They can do whatever they want, actually.
That's true. Whether he will or not.
Yeah.
All right.
But no matter what, a collaboration between former Scientologists and former Mormons is absolutely going to lead to good things. No doubt about it.
Okay. Well, look out, world. All right. Well, thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Thanks to Margie for co-hosting, as always. Thanks to Brooklyn for all she does behind the scenes, and Julia. Thanks to all the donors that make this possible. We couldn't do this without donor support. Almost, a large percentage of our revenue is just donor supported. So thanks to all of you who donate to make this possible. If you don't donate and you value this type of content, all you got to do is become a monthly donor. Go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor. We lose dozens of monthly donors every month for whatever reason. And so if we don't replace them, we have to start cutting back. So if you value what we do, become a monthly donor. If you can't donate, no worries. We give the content away for free. Don't even feel bad. But there are other ways you can support us: subscribing to the channels on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, etc., liking our episodes, commenting on them, sharing them with others. All that helps with the algorithms, and just makes things interesting. You can also email us at mormonstories@gmail.com. We love your feedback. We love when you apply to be on the show. We're really looking for people like couples in their 40s or above, 50s, 60s, 70s. We need some more just traditional Mormon couples who are big fans of Mormon Stories podcast and want to tell their story. Please apply. Go to mormonstories.org, click on the application button, fill out the application, do a 3-minute video, send it in. We'd love to have some more Mormon couples to interview, as well as all the others that are applying. We really appreciate it. That's it. Thanks again, Claire and Marc. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode
of Mormon Stories podcast.
I don't even know David, his voice.
No,
anyway,
you're good.
Is it fine?
That was
It's great.
perfect. It was great.
Let's get you guys to the airport before you miss your flight.
Yes.
All right. You guys take care, everybody.
Thank you.